Hello, hello. What's up? I struggled for so long last night to try to fix the non-emulator. Honestly, I'm not doing too well, but it'd be like that, I guess. I guess actually, like, the biggest reason why I'm feeling the way I do right now is probably because I stream so much. Like, I'm not even gonna try to hide that. But, like, I'm not saying I have withdrawals already, but, like, if I don't play, I just feel bad and I just want to play Ace Attorney. But, like, I can't continue playing if I don't do it on stream. You get me? Like, it's just kind of stupid, really, but, it'd be like that, I guess. So, I've decided that after I finished these last 3 games, I'm gonna take like a week off from streaming altogether. Also, by the way, I realized, watching back my last stream, that I was really loud. The game audio was really quiet, so I turned up the game audio a bit. But yeah, before I do anything else, actually, let me just show you. I got the DLC, so now we can go to extras in DLC, and we can go to costumes. So we have the default Phoenix Wright with a vest now. Like, oh, so fancy. He's the attorney dress-up queen. This is my favorite dress-up game. Or we have the old school suit, but that's boring, in my opinion. I like the new one. And then we have Apollo's default outfit, and then we have style and street clothes. Oh my god, the little charm he has in the backpack is of Mr. Hat. That's adorable. And as for Athena, we have the default, obviously, and we have the Themis? Well, kind of. We have like one choice. Actually, there is like one other for Phoenix as well. It's Phoenix in the pink sweater that Dahlia or Iris, I guess, made him. The pink sweater that that has a heart on it and it says P. And you also get like the mask. But that was only in the Japanese version. Or in the mobile version, I guess. I don't know, I don't really like the uniform that much. Makes her seem like way younger than she is. I don't know. Sure, let's do that for now. And we also have a special episode. Spirit of Justice has also has like one wardrobe change. Yeah, the samurai looking ones is from Spirit of Justice. And that was also only Japan only, so love that. Love that. Anyways, since it crashed yesterday, I'm just gonna start the Monstrous Turnabout from the beginning. So let's go.
Long, long ago, the nine-tailed fox defeated the evil Tenmataro and sealed the fallen demon away. To this day, it is said that he slumbers even still within the Forbidden Chamber.
They tried to put me on the cover of Vogue, but my legs were too long.
Night, night, Alderman. Sweet dreams.
Where's the name clue here?
At long last, the revival of Ten Mataro is at hand.
Few months prior to the courthouse bombing. So this is before that first episode. I love how you were already into Ace Attorney prior to this, but I just dragged you further into Ace Attorney Hell. Guess I'm a little early.
Oh, hey, Apollo. You getting an early start today?
Yeah, this is the first job I've had in a while after all.
Well, aren't we all fired up?
It's not every day I get a call from Mr. Wright. What kind of work is it anyway? Mr. Wright didn't mention any details.
Work? Is that how he put it?
Don't tell me he just wants me to clean the toilet again. There is no escape now. I'm glad that I can drag you two along the way, and also like anyone else that just drops by my stream. I love that so much, honestly.
You've really become a fixture around here, Apollo.
When you think of it, it's been almost a year since I was hired. A lot's happened since then. I've settled in nicely, despite a few bumps in the road. So I mentioned this yesterday too, because I did start this yesterday, but the entire software crashed. So I was like, well, you know, might as well just fucking end it. And I ran some tests prior to starting the stream, and it just ran like ass. So I reset all my settings, and it reset like all my settings, and I'm like, fuck. But I managed to fix it again, so it's fine. We should be good to go now. If it lags, I have to do my best to just ignore it. My computer isn't really powerful enough. You need like a really powerful PC to run this like perfectly. And there is no way I'm anywhere near that, but you know what? It's fine. It runs. My name is Apollo Justice. I've been practicing law for about a year. I still have a lot to learn. Oh yeah, of course, that's, yes, well, knock on wood, you know. This is the Right Anything Agency, and it's where I work. Don't let the name fool you, it's definitely a law agency.
But don't forget that this place is a talent agency too, Polly.
It's the law agency part of this office that's usually forgotten. This is Trucy Wright, a budding magician, and adopted daughter of the agency's owner, Phoenix Wright. She sometimes makes me help her with bad magic tricks.
And what's wrong with that? You're one of the agency's talents as well.
Is the game audio fine, by the way, like compared to my mic? I don't know. I can't tell. I just realized that this game was like really low, like compared to the other one, or that I was like really loud. So I turned on my mic a tiny bit, or did I? I don't know. No, I turned it down a tiny bit. There we go. I was under the impression that I was a lawyer. Apollo is just here to defend, man. Just let him do his thing, please.
Oh, we better hurry. Doesn't look like Daddy's going to make it, so let's get going.
Huh? Where are we going? What about the job he mentioned?
This is the job, Polly. You're supposed to keep me company today. Now come on.
Another day of not being a lawyer. Should have seen this coming.
Well, this is the Right Anything Agency, you know? And there is no law-related work at the moment, so...
Tell me again why I chose to work here? Where is Mr. Wright anyway?
Patty said something about going to meet an acquaintance. But don't worry, just focus on your job and I'll tell you exactly what you need to know.
a bit low. Okay. Let me just turn up my own volume a bit then. I can also turn down the desktop a bit because I went from like 30 to 50, so. I turn it to like 40. I turned up mine a bit too. There you go.
Let's go. We don't have all day.
Wait a second. And another day of anything goes begins at the Right Anything Agency. Is that better? Perfect. That lens flare though. Whew. So what are we doing way up here in the mountains? Okay, perfect. Sweet.
This is Ninetales Vale. Everyone's been talking about the yokai craze here.
Yokai? Oh, you mean Japanese monsters? Guess that explains all these weird things. I love okami. Speaking of which, wasn't Ninetales Vale founded by Japanese immigrants? Japanese immigrants in Japan? Sure. It's even funnier when you remember that originally this game is set in Japan. The localization just doesn't make sense sometimes. I love it, honestly.
Yeah, they're holding a festival to boost tourism over at the Alderman's Manor. My friend who works there invited us. That's why we're here.
In other words, I'm your chaperone because your dad was too busy.
Daddy said that with those horns of yours, you'd make a great addition to their festival. I mean, you look just like a Japanese demon. Wasn't that so thoughtful of him, Polly?
I could do without thoughtfulness like that.
Oh, it's almost time. Come on, Polly. The festival grounds are this way.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not. Alright, guess it's time to move to the QB Manor's garden. I just talked about monster craze. It's monster craze. Come to think of it, I think I heard about it on TV. They supposedly have Ninetales Vale made a comeback from the brink of fiscal disaster.
Our agency could sure use something positive like that. Oh, I know! Let's jump on board the monster craze. You and Daddy would be a perfect comedy duo. You could call yourself Agni and Rudra, Demon Kings of Comedy. Daddy sets them up, and you knock them down. Hey, I think we hit the jackpot with this idea.
Sorry, but I plan on staying a lawyer.
You do?
You don't have to act so surprised by that. Listen, there are so many, like, quality of life updates to this game. Like, me and Fleur last night, we were like, oh my god! No, not present. I want to move! Let me move! There we go, thank you. So we can, like, move anywhere. We just have, like, a list. Wow, this place is really something.
Definitely feels like a different world here. Trucy. Jinxie!
And this is...
my friend, Jinxie Tenma. She is the one who invited us. She just happens to be the maid here.
2 horns. A level of red. Are you a demon? No, I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. He is a demon. What the?
Be gone, foul beast. You look great, Polly. Fills in some of that space in your forehead.
What is this thing?
It's a warning charm. Jinxie puts them on all the monsters she finds.
But I'm not a monster.
Maybe I should have told her that you're a good demon.
Or you could just say I'm human.
The red demon, emissary of the underworld.
Got up early to do my hair for this? Can I take this off now? So you can eat me? I'm not going to eat you! Forgive me, you terrible one.
Tone down your cords of steel, Apollo. You're scaring her out of her wits.
Don't worry. I'm already full. Please stay that way. Great. Now I'm playing along too. Okay, let me just get straight to the attorney's bed. Would you mind taking a look at this?
No, thank you. Be gone, foul demon.
Oh, I guess I have to talk to her first. Banished again.
That's what you get when you flash a girl like that.
Juicy? Can you not? Even if it was just your badge. Sheesh, you make it sound like I'm some kind of creep. Oh, God. So I wanted to ask you about Ninetail's Veil. Nah!
Be gone, foul demon. Looks like you've been demonized, Polly.
Literally. I'm starting to wonder if I really am a demon myself.
Please, don't eat me. I have food if you're hungry.
This isn't working. We won't get anything out of her until we set the record straight.
If only we had some way to prove you're not as scary as you look.
Ouch. Unnecessary roughness. Looks like I have to present some proof. Proof that I'm 100% human. Okay, and then we can present that. I wanted to skip that part. I wanted to show you this.
What is it?
It's my attorney's badge. You see? I'm not a demon. I'm a lawyer.
Really?
You're a lawyer?
That's even worse.
Maybe she'll stop calling me a demon.
Does it protect you from Enmadaio's judgment?
Who's Enmadaio?
I read somewhere that he is the demon lord who punishes the dead for their sins. Uh-oh, I think now she thinks you're a demon lawyer from hell, Polly.
Can I go back to just being a normal demon?
Please. Please don't boil me in a scalding cauldron. I'd prefer a Turkish bath if possible.
A Turkish bath? Isn't that more sauna than bath? Bengi, you're Turkish. Your opinion on this? Maybe some places, I don't know. You've never been to a Turkish bath. Well, I tried.
Don't worry, Jinxie. He's a good demon. He'll save you if you ever go astray. Please, Mr. Demon Lawyer, sir. Have mercy on my soul.
Yeah, hammam. My mom loves that shit. Speaking of my mom, did I tell you that she's planning to go to Turkey in like the fall sometime? I don't have the patience to sit in saunas. I just what's I get really restless. That's what I was looking for. I told you I'm not a demon. Intrusi. What did he say? I can check what he said. Why did I start the music? Shut up. Intrusi, you're making things worse. Okay, that's what. Well, my mom is planning to go to Turkey, and I'm like, oh, okay. Go get that wet napkin, I guess. You just leave that Enmadayo to me.
Isn't that great, Jinxie? Uh-huh. I'm no longer scared to cross into the afterlife.
Will someone tell these two I'm human already?
So Jinxie, I hear this village is the epicenter of the monster craze. Uh-huh. Barely anyone had even heard of it before, but now it's packed with tourists.
Really? So the monster craze is the reason behind today's festival?
It was the alderman's idea, but I'd be careful if I were you. There are lots and lots of yokai prowling about Ninetail's Vale.
Prowling about? You mean like wild animals or something?
Uh-huh. And they're hungry too.
Man-eating monsters? And they're all over the place?
Uh-huh. In fact, there was one at the manor yesterday. I heard the doorbell ring, but when I opened the door, nobody was there. It was the ding-dong demon. How else could you explain it?
Well, when I was a kid, my friends used to play this prank called Ding Dong Ditch.
But that doesn't prove yokai aren't real. There's even one here at the manor. The demon Tenmataro. He's imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber.
Tenmataro? The Forbidden Chamber. About that yokai you said was imprisoned here at the manor. Is it true?
Uh-huh. He's a super evil demon named Tenmataro. Here, take a look at this scroll. Tenmataro's the dark demon you see here. He's super evil and super scary.
So that's the yokai imprisoned in the Forbidden Chamber.
Uh-huh. He was defeated by the village guardian yokai, the nine-tailed fox. And locked away forever.
So you're saying Tenmataro is still trapped inside the Forbidden Chamber?
Uh-huh. But he's just biding his time until he can escape. Still, we should be perfectly safe, because there is a really powerful sealing charm on the door keeping it shut tight.
What a charming security system.
You can keep the scroll if you want. The alderman gave me this, but just holding it gives me the chills, so...
Thanks, Jinxie. Maybe I'll give this to Mr. Wright. So, I was wondering, are those things on your forehead also warding charms, Jinxie?
Yes, they're to prevent evil things from getting inside me. Papa told me to wear them.
Evil things?
Apollo, don't you dare take those charms off her forehead. They have to stay there, forever. Got it?
I wonder what would happen if I did take them off.
It's time for me to get back to work. Hello! Thanks for inviting us, Jinxie. You're welcome. Oh, and before I forget, there's going to be a surprise event today. Even I don't know what to expect, but it's sure to be fun.
Better not be a yokai parade. She'd probably drop dead from fright. The demon! Oh, wait, it's just someone in a suit, right?
Tenmataro!
Tenmataro? The demon from the Forbidden Chamber?
Please don't hurt me! Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
You better watch out, little girl, or I'll snatch you away.
Charm, charm, charm. Where's the dying go to heaven charm? Oh, she put it on her own forehead this time.
She sure gives up quick. Huh? Why is everyone hiding their faces? Hey, you there! You mustn't stare at Tenmotaro like that. Lower your eyes. He'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? Your devilry stops here and now, Tenmataro. Now what?
Look, Apollo! There's somebody up on the roof.
Ah, 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 ah. I'd like to present myself. That booming laugh. Could it be? My 9 golden tails are proof of my unassailable righteousness. With my band of 100 minions, I vanquish evil from the land. I am a wrestler of righteousness. The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is here! Fear not, good little boys and girls, for I shall defeat Tenmataro. Ah ha ha ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Hooray! Hooray! It's the amazing Ninetales! Up to your no good tricks again, eh, Tenmataro? Well, not on my watch. Oh my god, I forgot to change the screen. Why didn't you tell me? Whatever, it's fine.
Why didn't no one tell me that it was on the cutscene scene?
It's Pikachu! Why would it be Pikachu? Not on my watch. There's nothing to fear now, my child. I have banished Tenmataro. You and your people can now live in peace.
Phew, Mr. Amazing Ninetales, sir.
Now I must be off. Another match and another foe to vanquish await. I don't think so. There are no similarities between Ninetales, who is a fox, and Pikachu. However, Ninetales, as in the Pokemon, what was that all about? Did that wrestler just chase a yokai? Looks like he came out of the Alderman's Manor.
That was the Amazing Ninetales. He's a pro wrestler from right here in Ninetales Vale. And no one knows his true identity.
Jinxie sure seems chipper all of a sudden. What was all that about him banishing Tenmataro? Ah yeah, of course. Makes sense. Their names are just really similar for no reason in particular. What's all that about him banishing Tenmataro?
It was the yokai exorcism. It's an annual ritual where Tenmataro is released to remind us of his wickedness. In the end, the nine-tailed fox drives Tenmataro out and purifies our village. But the Amazing Ninetales did the honors this year.
So that was the big surprise, huh? The Amazing Ninetales and Tenmataro, huh? Well, whatever floats your boat.
Oh, would you look at the time? I better get back to work. Please excuse me.
She's a strange one, alright.
I think she's sweet in her own special way.
Knowing Trucy, she probably has a lot of friends who are sweet in their own way.
Well, we still have some time to kill. Might as well see the rest of Ninetales Vale while we're here.
The fun never stops, does it?
I think I bought nearly every yokai souvenir that was for sale.
I know, because my wallet's running on empty.
What's with all the commotion over there?
Huh? Hey, isn't that your friend Jinxie? This isn't the pineapple mug. This is just like a regular mug. Sorry to break your heart. I have 2 pineapple mugs, and they're both in the kitchen right now.
I hope everything's okay. It's terrible. The... Calm down, Jinxie. Tell us what happened.
Sorry.
The demon, Temataro. He killed Alderman QB.
I just kind of find it kind of funny because her name is Tenma, right? And the alderman's name is QB. And also, not surprisingly, QB is the Japanese version of Ninetales. What?
Wait, killed as in dead?
Interesting. What? What else?
Yes, and Tenmataro did it.
Tenmataro. You stay here while I go to have a look.
Please, wait.
Uh-huh. Ah!
It's a Tenmataro warding charm. It should protect you, but please, be careful. The alderman's in the fox chamber at the top of the main staircase.
Okay, got it. No? I could swear there was like a video now. Oh. There was.
Are you all right? Who are you? Help! Someone call an ambulance!
Sweet. The police arrived soon after that, at which point I returned to the festival grounds. Apparently, the man impaled by the spear was already dead, but there was one other person there, and he was immediately rushed to the hospital. Well, I'm not fixing it. I'm not risking it anymore. Not happening. Sorry. On my end, it looks fine anyways. Thank goodness the other man's going to be fine. Sounds like he'd only been unconscious.
You think Jinxie's going to be okay?
I'm sure she'll be back to her old self in no time. Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, the dub. Okay, that makes sense. At least she's calm enough for the police to question her for now. I didn't even realize that. And I'd sure love to know what crazy animal left those feathers and tracks.
Oh, look, here comes Jinxie. Hi, Trissy. Hi, Mr. Demon Lawyer.
Hi, feeling any better? I was wondering if you're up to filling us in on what happened. Look at her, she's just shaking. I feel really bad for her. So, the man with the spear in his chest was already dead.
Uh-huh. It was Alderman QB. When I found him, he was already...
So the victim was the village alderman. And the one who was found alive, who was he?
Damien Tenma. He's the mayor of the neighboring city, Tenma Town. They arrested him.
So, he's the killer?
Ah! Nuh-uh! Papa didn't kill anyone.
Papa? As in, your father?
That's right. Jinxie's dad is mayor of Tenma Town.
He's not there, okay. No way!
Yes, way, but he's innocent.
This just got way more complicated. The victim was the alderman of Ninetales Vale. And Jinxie's father, the mayor of Tenma Town, was arrested for the crime. Sounds like we have some investigating to do.
I know this is difficult, Jinxie, but you need to hang in there. I know. I'll try my best.
Oh my god. Would you mind telling me a little more about the victim? You know, that probably exists somewhere. And I don't like thinking about it. I'm sorry. I love how it's so funny because like all three of us are asexual, yet we make so many sexual innuendos. Would you mind telling me a little more about the victim? So the victim was the village alderman. What can you tell me about him?
His name was Rex Cuby. They say his family has ties to the legendary nine-tailed fox. It's almost as if it's in his name or something.
Wait, you too? Really? That's amazing.
He was really kind and he always looked out for me. He was a former pro wrestler.
Are we all ace? How do I just attract ace people?
I even heard he knew the amazing Ninetales.
Former pro wrestler, huh? That's something to keep in mind. With your father being mayor and all, I guess you were originally from Tenma Town, huh? So then, why did you come work here?
It was to overcome your fears, right, Jinxie? Uh-huh. Plus, Mama was from Ninetales Vale, though she's no longer with us. She loved these flowers. I always wanted to live where Ninetales flowers grew. Wow, what a beautiful flower! And with exactly 9 petals, too. Just looking at them gives me courage, even when I'm scared of yokai.
JC, when you first told us what happened, you said the killer was a demon.
Uh-huh. The warning charm on the Forbidden Chamber's door. It's been removed.
The Forbidden Chamber's door. That big door that was barred shut? There wasn't a charm on it when I checked it out, so I guess it was removed by someone.
That's how Tenma Taro escaped. Oh. But when I try and remember what happened, it all goes fuzzy. Jinxie, you should go get some rest. You've been through a lot today.
Oh, that's the person that you showed me once, right? With the cats? Oh god. That's kind of funny, not gonna lie.
Jinxie, you should go get some rest. You've been through a lot today.
Between the warning charm being removed and the black feathers and weird tracks, I could see how a superstitious person might think a demon was the killer.
Apollo! Maybe this is your chance.
Chance for what?
To do the right thing and defend Jinxie's dad in court.
Who, me? Wouldn't a man like Mayor Tenma have access to more experienced lawyers? Never forget when it gave you a timeout for writing Will I Am.
You want to know what the detective said? They doubted there was a lawyer who could get a not guilty verdict in this one.
Sounds like they're expecting an open and shut case.
Don't worry, Jinxie. If anyone can prove your dad's innocence, it's Polly.
What?
You'll accept the case, won't you, Polly? Oh, it's all over, isn't it? I'll be all alone for the rest of my life.
Alright, Jinxie already lost her mother. She did make a meme. She showed me. It was amazing. Alright, Jinxie, leave your father's defense to me.
Attaboy, Polly. You're going to help Papa, Mr. Demon Lawyer?
Yep, guess that's what lawyers do. Plus, no toilet cleaning for a while. Do whatever it takes to make sure your father walks away a free man.
Thank you, Mr. Demon Lawyer. I can tell you're one of the good ones. And demons are usually so mean.
It's been a while. I'll be fine, ready or not. Here comes justice. Guess I ought to go and meet my new client. Ah, but before I forget, I better jot this down in my notebook.
Hey, Apollo, what's the notebook for?
Oh, I just thought I should jot down some stuff about the case. And so I don't misplace them, I'm putting my notes in the court record. I guess that's what you would call a to-do list.
Oh, sounds handy.
It's a what now? Oh my god. To read my notes, I just open the court record. Then I can switch between the tabs using yes.
Why, almost forgot. So, about Jinxie's father. No matter how scary he seems, promise me you'll resist the urge to run away.
Wait, what?
His angry glare can paralyze you with fear. And some claim it can even shoot laser beams from his eyes. Well, maybe Papa isn't really that scary.
A paralyzing stare, laser beams from his eyes. He sounds like some kind of monster.
I think it's about time I see Jinxie off. I'll head back to the office after I'm done.
Okay, thanks. This is so good, honestly. This part. I got a case brief. Save the cake. Yes, very important. Save the cake. You get like a little summary of the case there. And then you have like, go meet my client. Alright, that's what I have to do. Then we go to the detention center. And we don't have to drop by anywhere else. We can literally just go straight to the detention center. It's great! Ah, visiting hours. Perfect timing. Hope he's not as scary as he sounds. Who are you? Yikes! So you're Davy and Tenma, right? I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. I'm here to help. Huh? Ah! Let me out of here! Sorry, I get a little loud sometimes. How incredibly rude. Sorry, did I do something to offend you? A visitor when all others shun me like a common criminal. And here I am with nothing to offer. I am the epitome of rude. Wait, so he wasn't mad at me? Unworthy as I am, I, Damien Tenma, shall breach these walls, so that I may treat my benefactor to some tea, and maybe some cookies too. No, wait! We can do tea and cookies after we prove your innocence. How about you start by telling me what happened? I see. So tea and cookies can wait, can they? That was close. I don't need jailbreak added to the list of charges. Seems like a good guy, but with a face like that, I can see why he's misunderstood. Mayor Tenma, do you mind if I ask you why you were arrested? Oh! Sorry, I guess some things are better left unsaid. Huh. Excuse me? To think a public paragon, such as I, could be treated like this. This arrest should have never happened. Go on. I fear the ill effect it will have on our youth. Now I've but one choice. I must leave her at once, if only to protect the moral fiber of our youth. No, wait! You can protect the moral fiber of our youth after you've been declared not guilty. I suppose you're right. Arm floaties? You know, I think they're supposed to be prayer beads. But like, big. Either that or something else. Which makes it way more questionable. I suppose you're right. Whew, our youth just came this close to quite a scare. My fingerprints were on the spear that killed Alderman Cuby. That's why I was arrested. There are boys. Your prints were on the murder weapon. That's never good. Any idea how they got there? None, for I hardly remember a thing, you see. He's upset now. I was fast asleep at the time. Someone must have slipped me a sleeping pill or something. What's worse, somebody clobbered me on the head. I see. Drug-induced slumber, and a blow to the head. No wonder you hardly remember a thing. Huh. Huh? Was that some kind of strange laugh? It's okay, no one here can type. Well, I think we can safely assume your prints were planted while you were unconscious. What do the police have on you as far as a motive is concerned? Truth be told, there's been a bit of trouble between the alderman and I as of late. Bengi, I question your mind sometimes. What the fuck? Chesticles. Oh my god. Oh? Was it personal in nature? Nothing like that. It's a long story. But suffice to say, I've been pushing to merge Ninetail's Vale with Tenma Town. Surrender Ninetail's Vale to Tenma Town now! Yikes! That's what I told him. I'd like to tell you to stop shouting like that. I'm too scared. So, what's the motive the police have established for the Alderman's murder? Indeed, that is. I read the same... Did it say what, or did it say that? Or can I not read? That's the motive, I just can't read. Love that. Y'all can't type, I can't read, we're in the same boat. Okay, indeed it is. After all, Alderman Cuby was dead set against the municipal merger. And that's why they think you killed him. He was in your way. Curses. Mayor Tenma, are you okay? Jinxie, forgive me. I never meant to worry you like this. It'll work out fine. Just leave it to me. If only it really were that easy. I don't even know where to start. you for meeting with me, Mayor Tenma. Please, wait. My daughter, Jinxie. Yes? She already lost her mother. And now with me being held here, I fear she'll be terribly lonely. I hesitate to ask, but I beg you, be a friend to her in her time of need. Leave it to me. Trucy and I will look out for your daughter. You shall rest a little easier then. You know, you remind me of some of the new friends Jinxie has been talking about. New friends? Yes, it seems she's made some new friends since she started working in Ninetales Vale. And they're quite the unusual bunch too. There's a lady with an exceptionally long neck, a young lad with an incredibly long tongue, and many other interesting characters. Friends? Sounds more like a bunch of monsters to me. Now if you'll excuse me, it appears my time is up. Whew. Why am I so tired? I must have been more tense than I thought. Still, I'm glad it didn't turn out to be as scary as he looks. Call? Oh, it's Mr. Wright. When you stole away the keys, my heart held on to so tight. Isn't it so funny how he by chance has his own mother's song as the ringtone for his phone? And also out of like all the songs she has, because she is clearly like a famous artist. But it's this one which like I feel like would only bring forth would only bring forth like bad memories. You know? But also, not only is Let Me Roar in this one, but it's also Clavier. Like, he wrote the song, you know. Justice here. Apollo, is that you? Hi, Mr. Wright. What can I do for you? Trucy told me you've taken on a new case. Oh, that. It was kind of spur of the moment. He's actually calling me about a case. That's fine, but I have a favor to ask. Sure, what is it? I'm at the airport right now. There was someone I had to meet. Complete coincidence. A new addition to the agency, actually. Her name's Athena Sykes, and she just passed the bar. That's right. I remember hearing about her coming to join us. Guess that was today. She took off as soon as I told her you needed help for the case. It was like there was no stopping her. Wait. What? Where is she now? Probably somewhere in Ninetales Vale by now. That's where that favor I mentioned comes in. I need you to go find her. But I've never even met her before. What does she look like? She'll be the girl in the yellow suit sporting an attorney's badge. Okay, I'll find her. A new addition to the agency. Well, I better get back to Ninetales Vale quick. I already told you! I'm a lawyer assigned to the case. I need to study the crime scene, so if you would please tell me where QB Manor is. You can't fool me. You're just some delinquent high school student playing hooky. Damn, I really should have given her the... You know what? Fuck it. I forgot to map that fucking... Okay, hold on. Configure... Where is... Start. There we go. There we go. I mean, it won't really make sense once we get to the cutscene, but I don't fucking care. Just put her in the school uniform, because why not? Sure. you're just some high school student playing hooky.
You stupid, pig-headed... It's attorney's badge. Isn't just for show, you know?
Looks like I just found Miss Athena Sykes.
Why won't you believe me? Don't expect me to defend you in court if you ever get arrested.
Well, I'm the one who usually does the arresting, so... Say, shouldn't you be getting back to school?
I already told you. I'm a lawyer, not a student.
To be honest, the way you're looking right now, it's kind of hard to see you as a lawyer. That's it. Enough of your lies. You're coming with me.
Get your hands off of me!
You can watch out for the bystanders next time. What did you Google? Bengi? Why did you Google that? I knew it existed.
Whoops. Are you okay?
I think so. That police officer's out cold.
I am so sorry. I do that when people suddenly grab me. It's like a reflex or something.
Reflex? Sounds more like a felony. You're Athena Sykes, I take it.
That will be me. And you are...
I like how you were just... you were just describing what you saw. It's not the hair you think of. Okay. Oh my god, not in front of the cake. I'm Apollo Justice. I work at the Right Anything Agency.
The Right Anything Agency? What a fishy sounding name.
It's a long story, but it is a law office, among other things. Did Mr. Wright explain it to you?
Oh, right, that right. So then you must be... Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you.
I could say the same thing to you. Well, here I am. Now how about telling me a little bit about yourself? Mr. Wright didn't really tell me much, as always.
Of course. Feel free to ask away.
So Athena, I hear you just passed the bar.
That's right. And here's my shiny new badge to prove it. Isn't it beautiful?
Oh, so you must be a bit younger than me.
A bit more than you might think, in fact. I'm only 2.
I'm only 18. 18? How in the world did you become a lawyer at that age?
I skipped a few grades while I was an exchange student in Europe. And I got my license to practice law while I was over there.
All I can say is, wow, she must be a genius or something.
I also studied analytical psychology. Thought it might help me be a better lawyer.
Psychology helps her be a better lawyer? How exactly does that work?
So, tell me about our client. What are they like?
Oh, right, you haven't met him yet. Well... and that about sums it up.
He's more worried about his daughter than himself. What a wonderful father.
Wait, are you crying?
I'm not crying. There was something in my eye.
They're called tears.
Moving right along. Let's get down to business. To defeat the Huns. Helping our client is priority number 1.
So Athena, you mentioned studying psychology.
That's right. I've always wanted to bring an analytical psychology into the courtroom. The power of psychology will bring a fresh breath of fresh air to the legal system.
Really? So how do you plan on using it to defend our clients?
Well, for example, I can try to listen in on a witness's inner voice, and then analyze their psychological state with the help of my trusty partner, Widget.
Widgets.
This device around my neck here. Say hi, Widget. Hi, Widget.
It talks?
Whoa, you need a volume knob. Anyway, the little guy will sometimes say what I'm feeling. Awkward. Don't worry, I'll get used to it.
Now that I seriously doubt.
Oh, I almost forgot. I have something you might be interested in. I got it on my way here. Think it might have something to do with our case?
A special edition covering our case. That was quick.
That's the whole point of special editions, isn't it? To be the first to get the scoop? Rapido!
Right. Well, let's see what it says here. What's to do with the Spanish? Tenmataro was seen... What? He was seen flying through the sky?
Yeah, somebody happened to snap that photo near Ninetales Vale. The article goes on to say it might be connected to our case. Apparently that photo was shot right after the murder occurred.
Well, there were black feathers and strange tracks at the crime scene. I'm not surprised the locals think a yokai was involved.
Wait a second. Yokai? As in one of those Japanese monsters? My god! You don't actually think it was a supernatural murder, do you?
No, of course not. No German? Why not plain old English?
Andare, Apollo! Let's get cracking on that crime scene already.
She really said, yeah, I speak every European language. All of them. This is where it crashed last time.
You hear that? It sounds like a TV or something. Oh, look! There's a TV in that little room in the corner.
In other news, the mysterious masked wrestler, the Amazing Ninetales, has been confirmed missing according to sources close to the wrestler. I speak European. It appears he disappeared sometime after the special event held in Ninetales Vale today. He also failed to appear at a match today, where he was scheduled to defend his title. Local villagers say his disappearance may be connected with Tenmataro's recent escape. So that wrestler's gone missing. You know, for some reason, I don't think she will ever get into that. I guess you can have your headcanons, though. We do not discuss Freud. Likely, she doesn't, because most psychology students don't like him. After the what? Hey, you too! You don't belong in here. Don't worry, there's nothing suspicious. What about them there horns of yours? They look mighty suspicious if you ask me. Horns? That's my hair. Anyway, we're lawyers and we're here to... Ah, you're them lawyers come to defend Mayor Tenma, ain't ya? Should have reckoned with what with that expensive looking bracelet you got there. My name's Phineas Filch. I'm the caretaker here. Pleased to meet ya. Same here. Wow, talk about a quick change of heart. So tell me, demon lawyer. Bet you use them demonic horns of yours to scare the bejeebers out of witnesses, huh? I hate that. Come here, you little horn demon, you. Ouch! These horns, I mean, my hair isn't meant to threaten anyone. They ain't? Seems a mighty big waste of perfectly good horns, if you ask me. And again, ain't none of my business, so... that was fast. I guess he's done with me. Well, I best get back to work.
Hold it! Halt! Stop right there!
Huh? Me?
Apollo, your bracelet's gone.
Huh? They what now? McDonald's was gonna change their logo. Someone convinced them that people's Freudian instinct would kick in when they saw the yellow arch because it would remind them of their mom's titties. In what fucking world? Also, I question what kind of titties look like that. Usually it's the other way around, right? Don't you worry, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'll check the lost and found later. Somehow, I don't think that will be necessary. Just check your wrist right now. Ah! The cat's out of the bag. It was barely in the bag in the first place.
That was a pretty pathetic attempt.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. With neck titties, oh my god. I just couldn't control myself. Please forgive me, I'm begging you. Sheesh, I almost feel sorry for him now.
What should we do about him, Apollo?
Well, I got my bracelet back and he seems sorry enough, so... I knew you'd understand, Mr. Lawyer, sir. You obviously got a big heart. As big as the wad of cash in your wallet, I hope. Can I get 2 large McTits? Super size. Oh god. That's also a concept I don't get. Super sizing. But it's like so common in America. Meanwhile, you go to like places like Japan, they have like extra small sizes for some reason. Kind of interesting. Leave my wallet out of this. Oh,
Hey, didn't you just finish apologizing for stealing from us?
run away, head for the hills.
Get back here, you!
Talk about a quick escape. Looks like you dropped a few things. Looks like a pair of diagrams. This one's of the crime scene. And here's one of the foyer.
You left his shoes behind, too.
The guy's a living definition of a bumbling thief.
Let's hang on to his shoes. We can give them back next time we see him.
I don't really know. I just know it's like the complete opposite in Japan. No, they definitely still do it in America. But it's like only a thing in America as far as I'm aware.
As for the diagrams, I say we keep them.
They look like something the police might draw. Wonder where the caretaker got them. Well, we haven't, it's not lagging yet, so... Now then, as I recall, the fox chamber should be at the top of those stairs. It's already half gone.
Oh! Where'd all these black feathers and weird tracks come from?
The popular opinion seems to be that they're from Tenmataro.
You mean the great evil has returned?
Even if he did, I'd be laughed out of the courthouse trying to indict him. Hey, who are you and what are you doing here? This is a crime scene. And who are you? Are you with the police? I ask first. Who are you and what are you doing here? On second thought, I'm placing you under arrest for disturbing the crime scene. Under arrest? But... Save it for the boys back at HQ. Now come quietly or else. I don't want to be late for lunch. Please, wait. We're Mayor Tenma's lawyers. Well, why didn't you say so? You're the lawyers I heard about. I almost took you two in. You're not too sure we're suspicious though, considering you're just wearing casual clothes at the moment. Well, one is in uniform. I don't know how many more times I can take being called suspicious in a day. Sorry, we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright, the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. My catchphrase? It's in justice we trust. Oh boy. This guy's a story and a half. And then Apollo can just be like, yeah, and my name is Justice, so you trusted me. Cool. Get out of here. So what can I do for you? So, would it be okay if we had a look around? Certainly not. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Really? Interesting. Couldn't you make an exception? Cease and desist at once, or you'll have to deal with my little friend here. Ah, yikes. Is he reaching for his... In justice we trust. Oh, it's just his badge. You may be Mayor Tenma's attorneys, but you still need authorization to cross the police line.
Apollo! Let's see if we can't change his mind.
Good luck. Let me know how it goes. I bet it's as dense as heroes come. You're wasting your time, and mine. Nobody is crossing this line without authorization. I'm a wall of justice keeping injustice. That will be you, at bay. Hold on, I have one little thing I want to do. Real quick. Nope, that's not it. I want this one. I knew it. Look, there's just us and you here, right? Exactly! Justice and me, you say? That's right. Are you trying to say that Justice and I aren't enough to keep you out? My name is Justice. 1970s reject? What?
No, silly. We're saying that you're an inspiration in our quest for justice.
No, we can't be! You have him on the ropes now, Athena.
If we were on the side of justice, would you let us through?
But guarding the crime scene is a part of justice too.
Sure, but only a bad guy would stand in the way of justice, right?
Whose justice is the most just here? Well, we can't have a fair and just trial without a thorough investigation, so... Oh, Lady Justice. What would you have me do?
Goddess of law.
Courtney? You mean Courtney? Mommy Courtney?
I think we really got to him.
Yeah, he seems pretty neurotic as far as champions of justice go.
Our pleas for justice must have had a huge impact. It's tying him up in knots. Now's our chance to start looking around.
After all that about authorized personnel only, this was surprisingly easy. Should I stop them or let them through? Whose justice is more just?
Well, let's get to work. You're supposed to be finding clues related to the crime, right?
Right. A search of the crime scene should turn up some evidence we can use at the trial. Let's try viewing the crime scene from different angles.
You never know what's hiding just around the corner, right? Wait, but how do we go about checking our perspective?
Touch the arrows on the bottom screen. Yes. If there's a particular spot you want to examine, just give it a tap.
Okay, let's leave no stone unturned.
Nous allons commencer. I don't speak French.
Let's get started.
Oh my god, I forgot about this too. Okay, but this do be kind of sexy though. Like, not gonna lie. Anyways, let's look at this first. So this is where Alderman QB's body was found.
Apparently the murder weapon, a spear, had Mayor Tenma's prints on it.
That's not good. Never fear, Detective Fulbright is here. Yikes! Of course, I can't offer you any information on my investigation, so... In the name of justice, I must say goodbye. What's that all about?
Wow, this is a pricey looking chair.
Apparently the mayor was found drugged and unconscious in it.
Really?
Hold on, okay, there we go. Yeah, and when he came to, he was arrested for murder. Talk about your rude awakenings.
So he's the prime suspect in the crime he knows nothing about. That stinks.
Oh, poor Mr. Tenma. He must be feeling so scared and confused.
Apollo, it's up to us to save him.
It's like she's on her own emotional roller coaster. Forbidden chamber. You say the demon Tenma was imprisoned in there before his escape.
Think we could get this door open?
It's worth a try. Oh good. It's shut tight.
I don't even see a keyhole. Seems pretty hopeless.
In justice we trust. Yikes! Did I just hear the voice of someone in need? Allow me to fill you in. This door simply will not open. We've tried and tried, but it won't budge. Have you tried explosives? It's an essential part of culture. Of the culture found in this manner, so we can't blow it up either. Oh, okay. Thank you. So an unopenable door, right. According to Miss Jinxie Tenma, it was shut tight when she came across the crime scene.
Thanks for the tip, Detective Fulbright. We didn't expect you to be so helpful.
Forget I just said that. So the forbidden chamber was shut tight at the time of the murder. Sounds like something I'd better keep in mind. Nothing in particular. Okay, cool. I see.
Look! This statue only has one tail.
Maybe Maybe it's a nine-tailed fox's sidekick. But the number of tails represents a yokai's power.
So, if you had 2, Apollo, I'd only have 1?
Wait, what?
Not that it means you're better than me, got it?
Like I said, what? There's something wedged under this chair. Let's see if we can't lift it up and... Freeze! Yikes! No disturbing crime scene evidence, even if you are the mayor's lawyers. He does have a point there.
Hey, Detective Fulbright. Did you hear about that attack over on Yokai Lane? I hear an elderly woman was assaulted by a strange yokai shaped like a roll of cloth.
And you waited till now to tell me? I better get over there at once. In justice we trust.
That was surprisingly easy. Okay, Apollo, now's our chance to look around some more.
The more I get to know her, the scarier she gets. Hope she never finds my weakness. Whatever this is, it's stuck on tight.
Looks like a large blood-stained cloth.
It was probably the alderman's, but it's pretty far from his body. Wonder how it got there. And why does this seem important? These weird tracks must have been made when someone stepped in the alderman's blood.
Maybe the killer inadvertently made them when they were fleeing.
Pretty big tracks, almost bird-like. The feathers also point to a bird. And it must be one big bird. Not the friendly yellow type either. I was thinking of a big bird too.
Maybe it's some mutant bird creature.
So your theory is a giant mutant bird murdered Alderman QB with a spear.
It's more plausible than saying a monster or yokai did it.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but a giant spear-wielding bird is, by definition, a monster. GG, Athena. Big bird killed him.
It's a folding screen. I wonder what they were using it for.
I read that the Japanese used to use these in drafty rooms, but now they're just for show.
You mean like my attorney's badge? Or Athena?
That cop treating her like a child must have really bothered her. At least you can see like where you have looked and haven't looked. Why did you put feathers in quotation marks?
This must a spear. And what about this one? It looks like a giant pair of pliers.
Yellow? I'm like trying to think because we didn't have... It's Sesame Street, right? We didn't have that. We had a Sesame Station. We had like a train station. And we had like completely different characters altogether. Looks like something a demon might use. Saw something like that in the manga once.
Really?
What are they used for? Interesting. Oh, things like pinching through cheeks. Ew! Pulling out tongues.
Stop! Stop!
Oh, and you should see what they can do to a person's eyes.
Okay, I get the idea.
But I'm sure this thing is just a simple can opener or something like that. You must eat canned food? I always wondered what they ate besides people. There's something behind the door. Whatever it is, it looks like it's broken. Probably broke and the door was open. Why would anybody put something there? Yeah, that wasn't very smart. Maybe it was Jinxie. She was the first one to discover the body. She must have heard the screams and come running in here in a panic.
Well, look at you, Apollo. Now you're using analytical psychology too.
I am?
How? You really learned quick. But I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're the ace attorney of Write Anything Agency.
Can't tell whether she's serious or not. Now, if Trucy said something like that, I'd immediately know she was messing with me.
Apollo, what words come to mind when you watch that pendulum in there?
Unsteady and, restless.
It's a direct representation of your current state of mind.
Wait, that was some kind of psychological test?
My diagnosis? A strange case has made you anxious, causing you to lose your cool.
Is that a coding bug was spicy? That's a spicy coding bug. That's amazing. But did they understand what you mean, though? You're actually not that far off the mark. They did not understand.
Doesn't this Tanuki statue remind you of the manor's caretaker? Phineas Filch? This raccoon-looking thing?
Yeah, it does look like him.
I just got the best idea! We should knock it over. It might transform back into Mr. Filch.
Mr. Filch is mischievous, but he's not magical, you know?
Way to waste a brilliant idea, Apollo.
They removed the balls. What do we have here? Looks like a statue of the nine-tailed fox and Ted Mataro battling it out.
Careful, Apollo. It's got blood on it.
Really? Hey, you're right. I wonder if it's the alderman's blood.
How can you remain so calm after seeing all this blood?
Well, this isn't the first I've seen something like this, so...
You're not fun at all. At least act surprised or grossed out or something for my first case.
I'm already a lawyer. You want me to be an actor too? Sweet.
Look, trophies! Oh, this one was awarded to Alderman Kyubi. The Amazing Ninetales, Yokai Division winner. Tenma Town Pro Wrestling Tournament.
Yokai Division. I didn't know you could have a division of one.
Apollo, you should enter the tournament next time. And I have the perfect name for you, the Mysterious Firebrand. A mild-mannered masked lawyer by day, demonic masked wrestler by night.
No one's going to hire a masked lawyer, Athena. Hey, this window opens. And outside, we have ourselves a steep cliff.
The window only opens about 6 inches, not wide enough for anyone to get in or out. Look, Apollo! There's something caught in the window frame. It looks like gold fur. What a pretty color. It must be from some kind of animal.
I wonder what it's doing here. Did Alderman Kyubi have a pet fox? That about wraps it up. If only we could get that detective to tell us what he knows.
Hey, Apollo. Do you hear something?
I don't hear anything.
Alright. Your hearing must not be as sensitive as mine.
What are you talking about?
A whooshing sound. Like wind rushing through a narrow strait. And the echo of someone's voice. In.
In justice we trust! Ha ha ha! Someone's got a sharp set of ears. That was the sound of my righteous voice reverberating through the air duct.
I heard it through the air ducts.
Yeah, check it out. Well, why would she hear you through there? Why don't we go to the diagram? As you can see, that vent is connected to an air duct that leads out into the hallway. The wind must have rushed through there and carried my monologue with it straight to your ears.
And what a unique monologue it was. I was just thinking, maybe the killer made their escape through that air duct or something.
You bring up justice and he goes... He like questions his entire existence for like 5 minutes. A cute theory, but I don't think so. The air duct in the hallway is low enough to climb into, that much is true. But as you can see, the vent in the ceiling is very high. 9 feet high, in fact. I highly doubt that there is any way to get up there without a ladder or something. And I don't see anything of the sort in this room, do you?
I guess you're right.
Speaking of things in this room, yeah? Can you tell us what you guys turned up, Detective Fulbright? Not on my watch, buddy. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case. So, like, the reason why we got, like, a new detective and not Detective Gumshoe is because they thought that he was getting too old, but, like, Bad was, like, way older than him. And he was still doing his thing. They were like, no, we're not sure if Gumshoe would, like, still be a detective at this point in his life. Something like that. I don't know. I don't think he did. But he's just gone. Just, you know, imagine that he's there because the courtroom confetti is still there. And, you know, it's canon that he cuts that up himself. In the name of justice, I cannot reveal facts pertaining to the prosecution's case. Oh, come on. Throw us a bone here.
Excuse me, Detective Fulbright, but I recall you saying earlier that you would come running whenever we were in need.
I suppose I did say that. Helping those in need is what justice is all about, but... keeping information out of enemy hands is also a form of justice. Which justice is the most just? Why is this always so hard?
Well, how about this? Let's do a little give and take. I mean, serving the public is part of justice too, right? You know, like the police motto? To serve and protect. I doubt leaking information to the defense team falls under that motto.
Yes, of course. I must serve and well as protect. Yeah, he would only be around 40. And how old is, Bad is, like, way older. He was, like, 60 or something, wasn't he? He was, like, really old. Anyways. Okay, I will share some information in the name of justice.
We did it, Apollo!
Yeah, we did it, alright. But I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Yeah, that was in the past. Because he was only part of the past, so add 7 to that. Plus 1 more. And that will be his age at this point in time. So 40. He would literally be 40. We did it alright, but I'm not sure that was entirely ethical. Was it Miss Jinxie Tenma who first discovered the crime scene? That's right, and this photo shows what she saw when she opened the door. Miss Tenma had a key, allowing her immediate access. A key? So then the fox chamber was locked. Yes, and Miss Tenma had the only key to its door. Let Capcom know. I believe they're also trying to like get rid of like the entire like main, like the main cast, like the first main cast. Really? So Alderman Cupid didn't have a key to the fox chamber. Actually, he had a master key for most of the doors of in the manor, but it disappeared after his murder. Disappeared? You think the killer took it? It could very well be connected to the murder. We're looking into the possibility now. But it's the timing of Miss Tenma's discovery that I think is most important. Of course, I'm not going to share that information with you. Ha ha ha. You think you're some kind of champion of justice, but you're just plain old mean. I won't fall for that, you shameless rascal. I only help good little boys and girls. Shameless rascal? Who even says that? Well, I wouldn't exactly call you a good little girl either. Those feathers and tracks look like something a yokai might leave behind. You don't actually think the murderer was some sort of monster, do you? What's the name of that creature in the Forbidden Chamber? Tenma... something. Because from the black feathers and big tracks, it looks like that creature did it. Our prime suspect would, no doubt, love to pin the blame on some imaginary creature. Can Tenma whatchamacallit even be made a victim of slander? I doubt the mayor would do something as childish as blaming a boogeyman. So the most likely scenario so far is... that Tenma guy left the feathers and tracks behind, to make it look like Yokai Tenma was the killer. Wait, what? Now I'm as confused as you. At any rate, I doubt Mayor Tenma would plant evidence like that. So, Mayor Tenma is your only suspect. That's right. Even his name, Damien Tenma, makes him sound like a villain. And he's really scary looking too. Wait, are you telling me that's why he was arrested? Ha ha ha, don't be ridiculous. He was the only one without an alibi. Oh, is that so? Yep. Other than the victim, the suspect, and Miss Tenma, the only others around were Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma's aide. And the two of them were together at the time. Filch, the guy who tried to steal my bracelet. Just living up to his name, I guess. We should go talk to him again when we have the chance. What about Jinxie? She's not being suspected at all. She may have no alibi whatsoever, but she also has no motive. It's unfathomable that she would murder the alderman and pin the crime on her father. Besides, do you really think a little girl could lift up this huge spear? No, but y'all seem to think that a little 14-year-old boy can shoot twice with a .45 caliber gun, so... True enough. That spear looks even bigger than her. That's about all I can reveal at this time. Well, you must admit, Damien Tenma appears to be the most likely suspect. I admit it looks bad, but I'm still not buying it. Fuck about that boy. Oh, and one more thing. I must warn you about the prosecutor. The prosecutor assigned to Mayor Tenma's trial. That's the one. He's... how shall I put it? Not what you'd expect. That is, unless you faced a convicted killer serving hard time as a prosecutor before. the? Is this some kind of joke? I ask why a man imprisoned for murder is serving as prosecutor.
Ow.
Because he mastered the use of psychology in courtroom battles. Everyone's talking about how this murder was the work of some strange creature. But yokai are nothing more than a figment of the imagination. They're baloney. Who better to prove this than a master of psychology? He's the best man for the job.
But he's a convicted murderer. No matter how you look at it, that's just insane.
Well, the chief prosecutor personally assigned him, so none of us are in a position to question the matter. Ha ha ha. This really is the dark age of the law.
This prosecutor, he wouldn't happen to go by the name Blackwell, would he?
Bingo! Simon Blackwell. So you have heard of him?
You could say that.
What's that supposed to mean? Well, I bet you don't know his unofficial title. Ever heard of the Twisted Samurai? That's Prosecutor Blackwell. The Twisted Samurai? Is that because he's a criminal? Well, yes and no. You could say it also has to do with the effect his crime had on things. How so? His conviction is what twisted and warped the legal world into this dark age of the law. What? And he, of all people, is going to stand in court tomorrow? Never fear. I myself will be there to protect you. That's reassuring, I guess. Now you kids knock yourselves out. Can't wait to see how you do tomorrow.
Wait, Detective Fulbright, I've been meaning to ask you something. Why are you barefoot? This doesn't look like the sort of place where you need to take your shoes off.
I hadn't even noticed. Why am I barefoot?
You honestly hadn't noticed until just now?
Wait a second. Those shoes we found earlier. Excuse me, Detective Fulbright. These wouldn't happen to be your shoes, would they? Yes, they are. My favorite pair, in fact. Thank you for bringing them to me. You must truly be on the side of justice. Considering justice is my name, I sure hope so. Sigmund Freud just sounds like a baby. In like the worst way possible. Don't tell me Mr. Filch actually stole from a detective.
Stealing shoes right off of someone's feet. It's pretty amazing.
I find it more amazing that Detective Fulbright didn't notice. Well, looks like we've gotten all we can out of the detective, so let's see. Maybe we should go have a word with Mr. Filch. I want to hear what his alibi is. This is just awful. It's terrible, I say. Somebody, help!
Oh, look, it's Mr. What was it again? Finch?
No, the name's Filch. Phineas Filch. Keep on pilfering and you may wind up a jailbird instead. So what seems to be the problem, Mr. Filch? Oh, it's just terrible, I tell you. Come quick. Okay. What's the deal with him all of a sudden? Looks like some kind of mask. It's the Amazing Ninetales mask. The Amazing Ninetales. Alright, the wrestler who appeared during the festival's special event. What's this mask doing here? He'd never take off his mask like this. Someone must have killed him. What? Who would do such a thing?
Let's go talk over there in private.
Look. There's some white hair caught up inside this mask. So What makes you believe that the amazing Ninetales has been murdered? You really want to know, huh? You're a studious one, ain't you? Yes, I mean, just tell me, please. Well, it's like this. I dreamed of becoming a wrestler myself. Hey, how about you join me in the quest of the champion's belt? What a team! Me and my bandit's mask, and you and that demon mask of yours. Demon mask? I wonder if I could make it big. Apollo, let's save your pro wrestling debut until after the trial. Huh? Oh, no, I wasn't actually... Why did I let him pull me off topic like that? Come on, Apollo. Ask him about the amazing Ninetales' murder already. Amazing Ninetales is our village's savior, and don't you forget it. His trademark's a gold cape made to look like 9 foxtails. He whirls through the ring, smacking down Tenma Town wrestlers left and right. He sparked the monster craze, revitalizing Ninetales Vale in the blink of an eye. Yep, saved our village from becoming a ghost town. Now it's a yokai town. Huh, the amazing Ninetales really does sound, well, amazing. Yeah, pretty amazing, huh? That's why he's worshipped like a hero around here. I'm proud to be from the same village as him. Come to think of it, you look kind of monster-like yourself, Mr. Filch. Guess it makes sense since you're from the same village as the amazing Ninetales. I know. A lot of people have told me I look like a yokai. Since when was that a compliment? Ouch! What's the big idea? Check your pockets. Hey, how'd you do that? Keep it. I got lots more. So you keep saying that the amazing Ninetales was killed. What's the story behind that? Are you saying he was murdered because his mask washed up along the river outside? No, that's only part of it. The main reason is no one's seen him since the special event. The word around Ninetales Vale is he was killed by Tenma Taro. You villagers are really superstitious, aren't you? And we are. We love conspiracy theories, too. Like the mayor's diabolical plot. The mayor? Tenma Town? What is he plotting? Rumor has it he's planning on releasing Tenma Taro. That's why he wants the merger. He'll open the Forbidden Chamber once he's in control. That's quite a tale. I ain't finished yet. There was only one person who could stop the mayor. Our hero, the amazing Ninetales. He vowed to battle the mayor of Tenma Town and stop the municipal merger. I couldn't make this stuff up if I tried.
Apollo! We still have to ask him about the alderman's murder, remember?
No! Wait. Well, at least I can take a sip, I guess, of water. Mr. Filch, would you mind telling us what you were doing at the time of the murder? I was in the caretaker's office, guarding the entrance like Mr. Cuby said I should. I made double sure no one came in. I have a clear view of the foyer from where I work. You go check on Clavier. You must be talking about this small room in the upper right. It definitely looks like you can keep track of the comings and goings from there. And you have an alibi to back your statement up, Mr. Filch. I do indeed. I was with Mayor Tenma's aide. Florent Labelle's his name. So the two of you worked together. That's a pretty sound alibi, alright? And nobody came in or out of the manor around the time of the murder. I watched here the whole time, didn't see a soul pass by. And if anyone did, their security camera would have spotted them. So no one came in or out around the time of the murder. That means we're dealing with someone who was already inside when it happened. So, do you think this mask is the real deal? Without a doubt. There's the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. What about the white hair I found inside the mask?
Wait, I just thought of something. Remember the golden animal fur we found at the crime scene? Could it have come from this mask? Look, there's even a spot where some fur is missing.
And this places this mask at the crime scene at some point in time. Which means... What does this mean? Someone with white hair who is linked with the murder and is against the murder. No way. The amazing Ninetales and the Alderman actually be...
Something wrong, Apollo? You should see the look on your face.
Oh, no, it's nothing. Maybe Jinxie could tell us something, since she works here. My god, this chapter is long. Reattached? With what? Just shove it in there? Sure. We gotta find Jinxie. Oh, this is so nice. Honestly. Okay, Lane, there we go. Oh look! There's Jinxie.
Milk, cheese, yogurt, ice cream, and...
Sounds like she's out grocery shopping. She must really like dairy products.
Charm to make a better milkshake and another to cure my lactose intolerance.
Maybe she should just stick to soy milk. Jinxie, hey, it's me.
The demon lawyer!
Not another warding charm.
Apollo? Who is she?
Alright, this is your first time meeting each other. This is Jinxie, Mayor Tenma's daughter. She was the first to discover the crime scene.
Oh! So she's the one who... hello. My name's Athena Sykes. I'll be helping Apollo defend your father at his trial. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you too. Where's Trucy?
She went back to the office ahead of us. And don't worry, Athena and I are on the case.
Wait, how do I know you didn't... that you didn't gobble her up alive?
Relax, I didn't eat her up, and I wouldn't do such a thing in the first place, considering she's my sister, but I don't actually know about that. But yeah, she's my... yeah.
Oh, poor little Trucy.
I'm about ready for some tears of frustration myself. She's quite an interesting character, huh, Apollo? Jinxie, do you remember any more of what happened?
Not much. At least, not yet.
But you do think Tenma Taro was the killer, right? That yokai we saw at the festival.
I don't know anything about that.
Huh? But you said Tenma Taro murdered the Alderman. It's okay, Jinxie. You can tell me. Yikes! What was that for?
People see things when they don't get enough sleep. There's no such thing as monsters.
Huh? What's gotten into her? So if there are no monsters, you admit I'm a human.
No, you're still a demon.
Oh, I give up.
Seems like Jinxie doesn't want to talk about Tenma Taro for some reason.
And that's precisely what we need to know more about. Besides, she definitely thought there was a yokai there in the fox chamber. Jinxie, about this charm.
Ah, that's...
You gave me this when I was heading off to the scene of the crime. You thought Tenma Taro was the murderer. That's why you gave this to me, right?
That's true, but...
If there's anything else you could tell us, it would really help. And it will help your father, too.
Alright then.
Why do you think Tenma Taro is the killer?
Saw him with my own eyes. Tenma Taro was right there in the manor. He escaped his prison and ran right by me.
What? Jinxie, tell us everything you saw.
I called the police after I stumbled on the scene. was just about to head back to the festival grounds when I saw Tenmataro. He was right around here. He was running right at me. I was paralyzed with fear, but there was no one around to help me. The foul beast raced right by me toward the foyer.
Toward the foyer?
Mr. Filch and Mr. LaBelle were supposedly in the foyer at the time.
That means they would have seen Tenmataro too. Sounds like we'd better get their statements. Considering Jinxie's mental state, her eyes could have been playing tricks on her. Apollo? Remember the picture in this paper? Someone caught Tenmataro flying through the air. I wonder if it's the same Tenmataro Jinxie says she saw. It'd be ridiculous.
Tenmataro is the killer, and he can fly too.
Jinxie works at the Alderman's Manor, so maybe she can shed some light on this. So no one knows the amazing Ninetales' true identity.
They say no one's ever seen him without his mask.
Doesn't that make you want to know even more?
That's why matches where wrestlers try to expose their opponent are so popular.
Wait, you mean expose, as in strip them naked? Boy.
You even think like a demon! The only thing the winner removes is the loser's mask. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. So you see, these unmasking matches are life and death battles for the wrestlers.
That means this mask didn't just happen to wash up along the riverbank. There's gotta be a story behind it.
No one can stop the amazing Ninetales.
I should be shocked to find out he's really the Alderman. About the yokai you saw at the scene of the crime, anything else stand out?
Actually, I heard the strange jangly sound. A jangly sound? Can you be a little more specific? My memory is kind of fuzzy, but I vaguely recall seeing Tenmataro holding a staff or something like that. Maybe that's what was making this strange sound.
Does Tenmataro usually carry a staff?
Good question. I've never heard anything like that, and it's not shown on the scroll.
How about in other documents? Any of them show Tenmataro with a staff?
This is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. After all, those who needless depict the demon are forever cursed.
And what's the deal with the Tenmataro you saw, Jinxie? Why didn't you tell me you saw Tenmataro earlier?
Actually, Mr. LaBelle told me not to tell.
Mr. LaBelle?
Papa's aide.
Oh, right. The other guy who was supposedly in the foyer at the time of the crime. And what exactly did he tell you?
Keep the village superstitions in mind before you go talking about seeing Tenmataro at the time of the crime.
Village superstitions?
They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do look, and then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul.
And that's something everyone here knows. Sounds like a bunch of baloney to me.
Everyone from babies to the village elders know about it. But I didn't, because I'm not from around here.
Hey, come to think of it. Why is everyone hiding their faces? You there, you mustn't stare at Tenmataro like that. Lower your eyes. He'll steal your soul if you're not careful. Huh? Steal my soul? Seriously? The guy at the special event thing said almost the exact same thing.
Apollo, do you think this LaBelle guy actually believes in Tenmataro?
I seriously doubt it. It's not even from Ninetales. Then why would he try to keep Jinxie from talking? Good question.
I think we'd better go have a word with him. Time to unmask this monster of a mystery. Last time I saw Mr. LaBelle, he was relaxing in the foyer. Bueno! Next stop, the Manor Foyer. With any luck, he'll be there waiting for us. There's no one here. Guess our luck isn't so good when it comes to Mr. LaBelle. Maybe he's out for a walk or something. Something left something on the sill of the caretaker's office window. Oh, it's a TV program guide. Marry the yokai. Repeat. Something 8. Wait, you're... Something or human. Starring something... Vitus and Willie Wade. Howlin' Wolf versus Pretty Boy Vampire. Blow by blow commentary. Commentary by Timothy Twilight. Really? 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 Looks like someone circled a pro wrestling match. Hey, what do you think you're doing? It's a... Oh, Mr. Filch. What can we do for you? I bet you was going to scream monster, which really isn't much of a stretch. Ain't nothing I need you to do for me. What business do you got with my TV listings? Oh, no, it just caught my eye. Can I ask if you watched this pro wrestling program today? Yep, it was a match between a couple of rank amateurs, so... It was a complete disaster. I reckon even I could have done better than that. I seriously doubt that. Almost forgot. There's something I wanted to ask him. Mr. Filch, did you see anything unusual around the time of the murder? For example, Tenmataro or something like that. Huh? Tenmataro? So you did see him. My, how clean and shiny your forehead is again today, Mr. Lawyer, sir. They just shine it up every day real pretty like. The ladies must love it. Don't change the subject. And FYI, that was a serious bad attempt at flattery. Seriously bad attempts, I can't read. Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro flee toward the foyer. So you must have seen him too if you were here. Yipes. Wow, I really pushed a button there. Well, did you see anything or not? That is quite enough. I must ask that you not pester my friend anymore. Yipes! Forgive me for being pestered, sir. And you are? I am Florent Labelle. Beau Divine and personal aide to Mayor Damien Temma. Beau Divine? More like yokai grotesque. This place is crawling with monsters. Oh, excuse you. Wait, what did it say? Excuse you, alright. What the heck was that for? It was just a little cologne. You had a look of stinky sweat about you. It's from my own original brand of cosmetics called Je suis la Belle. Oh, what a heavenly scent. Ugh, I think you just paralyzed my olfactory receptors. I suppose such a scent would be difficult for a peasant to appreciate. I'll have you know that is brand number 5, Bonjour. It is my way of introducing myself. Enjoy. Where's my bottle of adieu so I can return the favor? Enough about the cologne. Please tell us what you saw around the time of the murder. I heard you were the one who told Jinxie not to mention that she saw Tenmataro. Why, that little... So she told you she saw the demon, did she? Mr. LaBelle, do you mind if I ask whether you believe in the village superstitions? Oh, please! I was merely trying to keep with traditions.
Nevertheless, I will say this. I wouldn't stick my nose into this whole Tenmataru business if I were you. Bad things happen to those who do. And that much is true. He is one scary monster. That's crazy. You really expect me to believe that monsters are real? Well, you're real and you sure look like a monster. Look who's talking. So, Mr. LaBelle, you didn't see Tenmataro. You know, I think that was like my first thought about this dude. Hold on, let me look at my old Instagram account. If I even have it here. Okay, to look it up. No, not that one. That one. Let me see. No. Have any of you watched Yuri on Ice? I mean, I suppose you have. But basically I said, is this Georgie Popovich? Sorry, I forget to read who says what. Little Jinxie has an active imagination, isn't that right, Phineas? That's right, I didn't see nothing, especially not Tenmataro. As for me, I only see things of beauty. That's why I can barely see you. I have 2 words for this guy. Total freak. I asked you what you were doing at the time of the crime. In other words, you'd like to hear my alibi. To think you'd suspect me of all people. Oh no, it's just a formality. Ah! How dare you doubt me? That's an affront to beauty itself. You obviously can't see straight. That spritz really helped. What were we doing, you ask? What were we doing, you ask? Go ahead, Filchi. Answer the question. At the time of the crime, we were, in this here foyer. Exactly. Good answer, Filchi. Good answer. Just repeating what you told me to say. Was that what he said? What you told, yeah. Ouch! You've said quite enough. What is with these two? Right, now he's got me talking like that. Are we quite through here? I'm a very busy man, you know. Right, well, thanks for your help. So these two were in that foyer, but didn't see Tenmataro. Come along, Filchi. Where are we going? Alright, gotta practice them statements for tomorrow. Yipes! My eyes! You're going to dig your own grave with that big mouth of yours someday. What does he mean, practice statements? Now, if you would excuse me, it's time to touch up my makeup. Apollo, I know this sounds strange, but Mr. LaBelle seems unusually preoccupied with Tenmataro. Really? How can you tell? Well, it's kind of hard to explain. You see, I can read people's emotions from their tone, the tone in their voice. You mean you have good ears? Something like that. People's emotions are expressed in the tone of their voice. And my ears can pick up on even the subtlest of tones for some reason. That's an interesting skill. But what do you mean he's preoccupied with Tenmataro? I'm not exactly sure, but it was like he was obsessed with the thought of Tenmataro. That's what I picked up from his voice anyway. Anywhere we turn, it's Tenmataro this, Tenmataro that. We should go talk to the mayor too. Sounds like a plan. We need to get to the bottom of that rumor about him wanting to release Tenmataro.
Something wrong, Apollo? Where did your enthusiasm go? What am I doing asking the mayor if he has ever thought about releasing Tenmataro? At best, he'll think I'm an idiot. At worst... Oh, he's here! It's so nice to finally meet you. I'm Mr. Justice's partner, Athena Sykes. I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Tenma. Taro.
Oh yes, I look forward to working with you too. And I didn't mind Athena calling him by a completely wrong name.
Apollo! He's just as kind and gentle looking as I'd imagined.
Lucky for you, after that blunder you just made. There was something I wanted to talk to you about. There are rumors going around about how you wanted to or did set Tenmataro free. What utter nonsense! Yikes! You always assume the worst of me because of the way I look. But those rumors don't have a shred of truth, I tell you.
A little touchy about his appearance, isn't he?
What he really needs to work on are his people skills. So rumor has it that you want to push the merger through in order to release Tenmataro. Of course, it's a bunch of baloney, isn't it? Sorry if I offended you. So that's the talk around town, is it? I can see how that will make you angry. What if Jinxie's schoolmates start teasing her about this? Huh? I must break out of here at once. Her tormentors must be taught a lesson. No, wait! First we have to get you a not guilty verdict. Don't try to stop me. This is about a father's duty to his darling daughter. Hold tight, sweet Jinxie. Daddy's coming to save you.
Relax.
We'll look out for your daughter until we can get you free. Is that so? You don't need me to go straighten things out myself. Oh boy, I'd probably call in the SWAT team if he showed up at her school. Alright, I ought to ask about the reason behind the merger. It seems like you were rather forceful in pushing for the municipal merger. Did you really want Ninetales Vale that badly? Yes, well, it's quite an attractive price in terms of tourism. Wait, am I feeling what I think I'm feeling? Sure, I played a bit of hardball, but only when I deemed it necessary. I knew it. My bracelet's reacting.
What is it, Apollo?
Mayor Tenma may not be telling the whole truth.
Really? How can you tell?
People invariably tense up when they lie. That's where my bracelet here comes in. I can sense when the person I'm talking to is feeling tense. Because it begins to feel tight on my arm.
No way! You can do that?
Wait, so you believe me? Just like that?
Sure, each of us has our own special gifts.
Oh yeah, Athena has a gift too, her special sense of hearing.
Still, what do you think the mayor is lying about?
I don't know, but it's our job to find out. It's been a while since my bracelet last reacted like this. Let's see if I still remember how to do this. First I touch my bracelets. Right, now let's give it a whirl. Yes, I remember this feeling of intense concentration. The ability to see the smallest twitch. The slightest frown that no one else can see. Now Mayor Tenma was lying somewhere in that statement he just made. Logic. I showed like the proceeds reading of like this comic that mentions like all of those abilities, I guess. Magic lawyer power number 1. Truth seeking stone. Magic lawyer power number 2. What was it again? Hypersensitive, tell something. Tell spotting, that's it. And then... Yes, tell spotting. That's such a good fucking video, dude. Mayor Tenma is lying somewhere in the statement you just made, and when he lied, a certain habit made itself clear just under his right eye. I just have to shift my viewpoint up and focus on that area. Alright, I got him now. Listen. Same though, same. But it's also making me like really like conscious of like the stuff that I do. But like sometimes your eye just does that thing, you know? Like I don't really consider it a tick as much as it's just like your muscles having like a spasm every now and then. Same though. I think they're like so nice and they're like they feel so natural. I don't know, there's like something about Athena's power that just feels like kind of strange. I don't know, it feels kind of like I don't really like not associate, but like it just feels so mechanical in a way. I don't know. But I love this, honestly. A stick should appear when he's trying to pull the wool over my eyes. Gotta pour over every word he says and wait for his stick to appear. And when it does, I'll perceive it. As well, it's an attractive place. Gotcha! Mr. Mayor, please, you can trust us with the truth. Yeah, but it's not even that. It's just like the whole like I don't even know. It's like it has like its whole like really like not natural looking interface. You know, Phoenixes is the simplest of all of them. They're literally like behind like a black background, and then they get the chains and the psyche locks. But for Athena, it's like this whole like what's the word I'm looking for? Hello, words? You can trust us with the truth. The truth I don't understand. And you mentioned tourism. Not the emojis, but like just like the whole layout of the whole thing. It like just seems so cold and not sterile, but like I don't know, it seems so impersonal. Apollos is just really psychedelic and just like looks like you get this whole like vibe from it, you know? The bottom of your right eye started twitching. What nonsense is this? So what if it did? Please tell us more about your merger bid. I mean, yeah, but I don't know, it just feels kind of weird. Like it's cool, I guess, but also I'm kind of struggling with it because like I said yesterday, I'm autistic and I'm like, feelings, huh? How do feelings work? When are feelings contradictory? Like I'm not saying that it's like really hard for me, but it's just like it's like this tiny bit like difficult, I guess. Yeah. Of course, yeah, that makes sense. But also, like, you go to sleep. I'm not gonna finish this episode tonight because it's already getting kind of late. It's already getting like 10. I was thinking like 2 episodes. I think this, not 2 episodes, but two parts. I think this episode has like 4 parts, right? Yeah, so I can do the trial and then I can save the next. Try to not overdo it too much because I stream for way too long and it just like it fucks me over in like all the wrong ways and it's not good for anyone. Okay, tell us more about your merger bid. What more is there to tell? Why were you really seeking to merge with Ninetales Vale? I already told you. Tourism. The monster craze really revitalized the village, making it quite the prize. You really don't trust us, do you? What are you talking about? The village has been hot property ever since the monster craze started, has it not? I think you've yet to realize that what you're saying contradicts the facts. You say that the monster craze really revitalized Ninetales Vale, so... You felt it would be an attractive price for its tourism, but that would contradict this. I must be fucking dumb or something. Ah, this one.
Take that!
Monster craze in Ninetales Vale is a very recent phenomenon. It was sparked when the amazing Ninetales rose up against the municipal merger. The village was practically a ghost town before then. I didn't even read what it said. Saved Ninetales Vale from becoming a ghost town. Oh yeah, okay. So you see, you couldn't have possibly seen it as an attractive price for its tourism. What's the real reason behind your push to merge Tenma Town with Ninetales Vale, huh? Well, Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Honestly, I never wanted to pursue the murder in the first place. But I had no choice if I wanted to protect my darling little Jinxie. Protect her from what? I received a threat. It said either I go through with the murder or my Jinxie dies.
What? How awful! Who would do such a thing?
I don't know. But whoever blackmailed me must be connected to the murder. Wait, so you think the blackmailer and the killer could be the one and the same? Alderman QB was immensely popular, so you have to ask, who would want him dead? The blackmailer who wanted the murder at all costs had all the motive in the world.
But why go from blackmail to murder? The murder protests won't disappear just because the alderman was killed.
Huh! Could it be? What if there was another reason for the murder?
Like what?
Maybe the blackmailer discovered Alderman QB's secret identity. And his secret identity was a threat to the blackmailer's murder scheme.
What do secret identities have to do with anything, Apollo?
We have evidence revealing the Alderman's secret identity. Maybe it's time to use it. Mayor Tenma, please take a look at this if you would. That's the amazing Ninetales mask. What's the meaning of this? This mask was almost definitely at the crime scene. And there was some white hair inside. White hair, you say? There was but one person with white hair in the manor that day. What are you saying? You know which man I'm talking about, right? I'm talking about Rex QB. The amazing Ninetales himself.
No way!
The alderman was... impossible.
Wait, come to think of it, Alderman QB was a former pro wrestler. So the blackmailer turned killer when he discovered the alderman's secret identity.
Didn't I just say that? Yeah, the amazing Ninetales was a threat to the blackmailer's scheme. He opposed the murder and as a result, single-handedly sparked the monster craze.
Even so, what was the mask doing at the crime scene?
There had been an event at the manor. And maybe Alderman QB had taken part in it, if you get my drift. This is absurd. Mr. Mayor, do you have proof of the threat that was made against you? Yes, a blackmail letter. Unfortunately, it disappeared after the murder. I've been carrying it around in my briefcase, but now, it suddenly vanished. The blackmailer must have taken it with them after they killed the alderman. Well, at least we've clearly established the killer's motive. Mayor Tenma, visiting hours are over. It would appear this meeting is adjourned. Apollo! Do you really think the Tenma Taro that Jingshi saw is the killer? I don't know. All I know is there is no such thing as monsters. What about that newspaper article? Could the killer have purposely freed Tenma Taro to do their dirty work? Oh, come on! There wasn't any Tenma Taro to release in the first place. Yes, but the only suspects the police have right now are the mayor and the yokai. We'll probably be arguing whether there was a yokai involved in court tomorrow. I can already see that look of disbelief on the judge's face. Apollo, are you alright? I'm fine. I'll think of something. I better, because I can't very well say a flying demon was the killer. At this point, the only thing I know for sure is tomorrow is going to be one doozy of a trial. I want to go and get something to snack on, real quick. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Oops. I'm back. Yeehaw. You okay, Athena? You've been really antsy ever since we got here. I'm just excited. This is my first real court case, after all. Yeah, a real ball of excitement she is. I know just what she needs. You're back! Cool. I started the second part. Athena! Huh? Didn't you ever learn about indoor and outdoor voices? I'm just trying to show you the best way to relieve your pre-trial jitters. Am I scaring the daylights out of me? No, I find that shouting, "I'm fine!" in a loud voice really relieves stress. It's part of my course of steel voice workouts, and it must be for every trial. You want me to shout? Here? That's right. Here. I'll go first and you try. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine! Alright, Athena Sykes! And I'm fine! I think that actually worked. I thought it might help. Always works for me. An old friend of mine from junior high and I say it all the time. Sorry, I'm gonna be a little emo here for a second. Amazing. I see. A proven remedy to calm the soul. I like it. Hey, how about we finish off with a race around the courthouse? The point is to relieve stress, not get totally exhausted. What's with all the racket, you two? Oh, Mr. Wright. Just a little voice workout. Hey, what's with the suit? Oh, this? I was thinking about getting my attorney's badge back. That's all. That's all? That's huge news! But why now? I have a feeling I'll be needed in the courtroom again sometime soon. We can talk about that another time. No fair. Inquiring minds want to know. Wow. Literally, that model just like, that's not it. There's something really strange going on with this face, and I don't like it. The new suit looks so good, like, honestly. I'm so used to him in his usual laid-back clothes. That suit makes him look like $1 million. By the way, have you heard about the prosecutor assigned to this case? Yeah, he's serving time. Before that, he was a prosecutor. He also uses psychology? That's right. I've heard the rumors about how he was back before his conviction. Using the power of suggestion, he could make even the most stalwart defendants confess. Psychology in the courtroom. I'm hearing a lot about that lately. So he must be a pretty scary guy, considering he's a prison inmate and all. Why is like part of this music so incredibly loud? Does it sound okay with my mic volume? Or I can't tell. I mean, he already was a prosecutor. And then he became a convict, so apparently it works that way at least. He's a pretty scary guy considering he's a prison inmate and all. So they say. They also say I'll cut you down if you talk too much. I knew it was gonna be bad news. It's probably just hyperbole. At least I hope for your sake. Wait, so is it true or not? Let's just say you should be concise and choose your words carefully. If you'd like to keep that head of yours attached to the rest of your body, that is. Yikes. Better tone my cords of steel too. Tone down, I mean. So are you all ready? It might be a good idea to check the court record again before stepping into the ring. Right, Mr. Wright. I'm fine. I'll be watching from the gallery. Good luck. Thanks. Okay, let's do this. The odds of pulling this off are ridiculously low, but that's nothing new. Believe in our client. Seek the truth. That's all we can do. Hang in there, Mayor Tenma. Here comes justice. Oh! They start at 9:30 now instead of at 10. Interesting. Here come the demons. Not really anything I can do about that.
Court is now in session for the trial of Damien Tenma.
Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor.
I know that big booming voice anywhere. As chipper as ever, huh, Mr. Justice? But who is the young lady next to you? I am Athena Sykes, Mr. Justice's junior partner, and fresh out of law school. Well now, full of beans too, eh?
Or, hey, considering his brother is Canadian, so...
Excellent. Makes an old man feel young again. Now for the prosecution. It appears the prosecution is not ready yet.
Never fear, for I shall explain. It's just a minor procedural complication, Your Honor. The prosecutor for this case is being escorted from prison as we speak.
Prison? Oh yes, of course. I almost forgot that he is currently serving time.
Yes, I figured.
Yup, Prosecutor Blackwill's an inmate. But even a convicted murderer still got a job to do and duties to perform.
Yes, Giffler. Sweet. Who's that with his back to us over there?
It's him. I'm sure of it.
Why else would he be in prison?
Prosecutor Blackquill. Ahem. Mr. Prosecution ready?
Enough jabbering. Get on with it already. Listen, don't ask questions, alright? It's Ace Attorney we're talking about. I just have to fix something real quick. There we go. Don't ask questions, alright?
Of course. Forgive me.
All the people related to this case was scary.
Very well, Prosecutor Blackquill. Your opening statement, if you please. What's the matter?
Must we continue to fritter away time like this? It is all right there in the indictment. An opening statement will be pointless. Who said he was being paid?
Pointless? Oh, well.
Looks like the cat, or in this case, the prosecutor, has the judge's tongue.
But we need an opening statement as an overview of the case at hand.
Well then, your boldness. If it's so very important, why don't you do the honors?
Who? Me?
There's a term for people who whine and fuss about how they need silly, useless things. Is the audio too loud? Like the music, I guess, the game audio. It seems kind of loud, but I don't actually know if it is. Do. Then decide. Okay, so it's good? I'll take your word for it. Then decide they no longer want them once it's theirs. A selfish old fool.
Huh? Wait, was that the prosecution's opening statement?
Old dotards such as you are a plague upon the young. Whomst? A what? Do I really have to open my fucking dictionary app? Because I will. Oh, dotard? Yeah, I just read the same thing. Wow. I pity your poor grandchildren. Or is it great-grandchildren?
All these years, I thought the opening statement was the prosecutor's job. But I suppose I could give it a try. Might be a nice change of pace.
What? You actually fell for that.
Must have been the power of suggestion Mr. Wright was talking about.
Ahem. That opening statement, huh? Let's see here. The victim was one Rex Cubey, alderman of Ninetails Vale, and the defendant, Damien Tenma, mayor of Tenmatown, is accused of his murder.
And why, pray tell, was the mayor arrested?
His prints were on the murder weapon. Plus, he had a motive, the elimination of the biggest roadblock to the municipal merger. The caretaker and the secretary, other potential suspects, both have alibis. And his daughter, who was also in the vicinity at the time of the incident, has no motive.
So in a nutshell,
I'd have to say the charges against the defendant are incontrovertible.
bravo, your baldness. Your years of experience shine bright like your head.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
He's playing Simon Says with the judge.
Moving right along now. Let's hear from our first witness for today, Detective Fulbright.
Wait, did I? Now I'm like not sure I saved it or what I did. I feel like I just enabled it and didn't save. No, it is. Okay, cool, sweet.
Hui.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
I am the detective assigned to this case. Bobby Fulbright. Oh, and I'll also be keeping tabs on an old Blackwell here.
I also heard you would provide protection if it ever came to that.
It would seem that I have been sorely underestimated. Wait, who's protecting who from what? Still, I truly believe anyone can turn their life around, even old Blackwell here. Blackface. Fulbright. Fulbright? Oh my god. Save your platitudes for funerals. Get on with your statements. Ha ha ha! That's the spirit. Justice must be swift and true. I see it in your eyes. There is hope for your rehabilitation and return to society. I will never give up on you.
Prosecutor Blackwell doesn't seem to intimidate Detective Fulbright.
You know what they say, ignorance is bliss.
Oh, so that's why Detective Fulbright was assigned to Blackwell. He's so oblivious.
Now, let's have your first statement, Detective Fulbright.
You got it, but first, I'd like to say to the defense that justice will ultimately prevail. Alderman Cubey was murdered with a spear that had been on the wall. The fingerprints of the defendant Damien Tenma were found on the murder weapon. At the time, Alderman Cubey was asleep from a drug he unwittingly ingested. Mayor Tenma attacked his helpless victim, impaling him like a human shish kebab. But the sudden pain jolted the victim awake, and he grabbed a statue and struck back. Alderman Cubey had been slipped some kind of sleep-inducing drug. That's right, the accused was scared because the alderman was a former pro wrestler, so we slipped him a drug to make sure he'd be out cold and defenseless. Here's the autopsy report to prove it.
And the victim managed to attack his attacker, despite being impaled by a spear? That sounds almost superhuman. Is it even possible?
Well, he was a former pro wrestler after all. That spear was probably nothing more than a mosquito bite to him.
Objection!
Not so fast. Don't try to brush it all off by saying the alderman had been a pro wrestler. You really expect us to believe he could fight back after being skewered by a spear? Never heard of the incredible feats of which man is capable of in a pinch, have you? Like the samurai of yore, wrestlers can battle through intense pain. It sharpens their senses. I used to talk about it with a former wrestler I met in the clink. I don't know. It still sounds a little far-fetched. Does it now? Perhaps we should test the theory on you with the edge of my blade. I didn't sign up for this! Oh, that's a face. You know, out of all the faces, that sure is one of them. And so your life is spared. For now. Please let those shackles be made of titanium. I don't want to die. Ah! My investigations are as thorough as they are foolproof, or my name isn't Fulbright. I vow to resign immediately if I ever make a false arrest. The accused's prints were on the weapon, and he is the one person without an alibi. Quite decisive evidence, wouldn't you agree, Your Baldness?
The defendant is sounding guiltier by the minute.
Yes, the judge is leaning towards a guilty verdict, and the trial's just barely begun. What's more, a curious rumor about the accused is making the rounds. They say he seeks the murder for the purpose of freeing Tenmataro from his imprisonment. Truth be told, I can think of no real reason to show interest in that backwards burg. Perhaps he's a complete nutter and really does seek to release an imaginary demon. Either way, he is raving mad and more than capable of murdering the alderman. The mayor is just a strange one. There came the demons. What did they say? I got distracted by the demons. The mayor's a strange one, alright. I heard he went to a blood drive, but instead of donating, he tried to make a withdrawal. What is he? A vampire? What? I don't. We love rumors.
Order! There will be no gossiping in my court.
Your Baldness, please take a gander at those charms plastered across his cranium. I hear they're meant to keep him safe from possession by the demon Tenmataro. And again. Perhaps he's already under the demon's spell. Behold, the lunatic appears poised to lunge at you at any moment. The rumors and quirks of Mayor Tenma have no relevance to this case. Besides, those charms on his head, they're just a fashion statement, I think.
Come to think of it, such things don't seem relevant to the case, do they?
Do that next time. The prosecution will refrain from dragging our client's reputation through the mud. Oh, what a dreadfully fearsome lass we have here. Whew, thanks for that lifeline, Athena. Careful, Apollo. He has the judge dancing in the palm of his hand. The power of suggestion is one of the more powerful tools in Simon Blackwell's arsenal. He is trying to manipulate everyone's impressions to suit his objectives. This guy really is bad news.
In any case, it seems the victim did manage to defend himself despite being impaled. What sort of weapon did he use against his attacker?
None other than this statue right here.
It appears to be a statue of two strange creatures locked in battle.
Two yokai, to be exact. On one side is a nine-tailed fox, and on the other, Tenmataro. Quite interesting if you think about it. It's as though this very case were rendered an art.
Mr. Justice, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Oh boy. Hey. Oh, now that's useful.
Objection!
Did the alderman really strike the mayor? What? Are you questioning my sense of justice? Your so-called justice needs to find itself a pair of legs to stand on. You claim the alderman struck back after the mayor put a spear through him. But the statue he supposedly used to defend himself creates a major hole in your theory.
It would appear that the defense has a counter-argument. Very well, let's hear what the defense thinks is odd about the detective statue theory.
There are no fingerprints on this supposedly crucial piece of evidence. And if you look at the crime scene photo, you'll notice that the alderman isn't wearing gloves.
Yes, I believe he is quite gloveless indeed.
If he touched the statue with his bare hands, he should have left some fingerprints. Detective Fulbright, you did take that into account during your investigation, didn't you? Oh, this can't be happening. Did I arrest the wrong man? You did it, Apollo! The demons, oh my god, I can't.
You knocked Detective Fulbright off his high horse.
Well, it's just 1 point in our favor. Who do you suppose clubbed the mayor if it wasn't the alderman? Well, if it wasn't the alderman, it means someone else must have clubbed the mayor.
I mean, there was a third party there in the Fox chamber.
Exactly. And this could be the big break we've been looking for.
There does seem to be a hole in the prosecution's argument. Prosecutor Blackwell, would you care to respond to the defense's assertion?
The least you could do is look at me while being dismissive. Your mind is as dull as an unhoned blade, Justice Dono. Justice Dono? He's been watching too many samurai flicks. It will take far more than that to cut down Simon Blackwell. A whelp such as you has no hope against my superior swordsmanship. This is a trial, not a sword fight. Prosecutor Blackwell. There is a perfectly good explanation for the lack of prints on the statue. You might recall that blood-stained cloth found at the scene of the crime. Well, it just so happens that the blood was the mayor's. So, what are you getting at? Hone your mind, boy. Why was there blood on that cloth? Solve that riddle, and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. I just realized that his chains have like the yellow marks, or like his cuffs. It has like the cuff buttons in the chains. In the handcuffs. Ha 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 ha. Solve that riddle and you shall see that the hole you thought you found is but an illusion. Now let's see, how was that cloth used? Was it used... Maybe the alderman wrapped the statue in the cloth. In short, he wasn't touching the statue directly when he used it to strike back at the mayor. Ah! Precisely. Bully for you, boy. I was nothing. Paulo, don't let him start manipulating you too. You just closed the hole for the prosecution. I did? I did. Fuck. Right. That a statue wrapped in cloth would leave no fingerprints is as plain as day. But this also proves that there are no holes in our theory of the alderman striking back. Oops. Ugh. Now do you see how dull your mind is? I'll make sure to sharpen it next time. A particularly frightening inmate once told me that. He always tenderly honed his blades before he went to work, like the samurai of yore. Let Apollo say fuck.
Samurai? Sounds more like a homicidal maniac to me.
Actually, he was working in the prison kitchen at the time. Wait, so the inmate was a murdering samurai prison chef?
It would seem that the victim and his killer were the only ones there after all.
I was kind of attached to that hole. Now what? Out of context, this does not sound really good.
Apollo! I just thought of something. If they didn't find anyone's fingerprints on the statue, who's to say someone other than the alderman didn't hit the mayor with it?
I did not think of that. Anybody could have not left prints on it. Then who, pray tell, struck the mayor with the statue? Please illuminate us with your wisdom, young lady.
There's only one answer. The real killer!
Prove the existence of this real killer, then. What evidence have you? Hold on, wait, I just remembered. I want to send you something. I found this part of the stream last night, or I guess from the game, that it has meme potential. I should send anyways.
I won't give you evidence, alright?
Athena, are you sure about this? God, the amount of mistakes in this localization. There are so many mistakes.
To borrow your words, Apollo, I'm fine. Take a look at this.
It's because of the way it was written, but anyways.
Black feathers and tracks allegedly from a yokai were found at the scene. I believe they're from the third party who struck the mayor with that statue.
Is the defense actually suggesting some sort of monster killed that alderman?
That's exactly what I'm suggesting.
Objection!
No, Athena, you just lost what little credibility we had left.
No! Sorry. Guess I got carried away.
Mr. Justice, we've no time to deal with objections between members of the defense.
Hold on, wait, where is the crime photo? I mean, yeah, it's all nice that he could have wrapped up the statue in the cloth, but like the cloth is literally underneath the chair. How do you explain that, huh? Punk. Sorry, Your Honor. It's just this kid still, well, a kid.
Ouch.
You meanie! I'm reporting this to Mr. Wright. So, is this court to believe the feathers and tracks are from a yokai, as you put it?
No, Your Honor. I believe they are a fabrication. The real killer wants us to believe some sort of monster murdered the alderman.
Interesting. And why do you suppose the killer would do that?
Indeed.
Mr. Justice, you seem as new to this as your partner is.
Ouch. This, I'm not reporting to Mr. Wright. Boy, Fulbright. What, is he British or something? I'm not making him British. Explain to his boldness what these brats are missing. You know, the who and why behind those feathers and tracks. What? You mean you can explain all that? Ha ha ha! Our investigative prowess is without equal. I'm starting to think I chose the wrong profession.
Very well. Let's hear about these so-called yokai feathers and tracks.
This entire case centers on one man's attempt to crush opposition to the municipal merger. Mayor Tenma panicked when the amazing Ninetales helped embolden the protesters. So he stoked the villagers' fears by fabricating a monster. The strange feathers and tracks he planted made it look like a yokai was the killer. Those feathers and tracks stoked the villagers' fears. Absolutely, he knew exactly how to prey on their superstitious minds. Those feathers only gave way to the idea that the alderman was slain by a demon. The accursed demon Tenmataro, that is.
Tenma who?
Tenmataro, the legendary demon locked away in the village's forbidden chamber. From a young age, the villagers are taught to fear the great black feathered demon. And thus were they blinded to other, more plausible explanations. Hold on for a second. Before we start letting our imaginations run wild, isn't there something else that could be considered a suspect? Someone else, I mean.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
On the day of the incident, there was a special event held at Kyubi Manor. And as part of this event, there was someone dressed in the likeness of Tenmataro. Obviously, this person is a much more likely suspect than any legendary demon.
Objection!
Dullard, you are playing right into the killer's mind games. What? Listen here, the feathers and tracks were merely red herrings. The villagers believe the murder to be the work of the real Tenmataro. However, the police believe that the person in the Tenmataro suit is the killer. The defendant sought to sow this confusion in order to deflect blame away from himself. However, he was knocked unconscious by the alderman. And thus, our mentally deficient mayor was caught red-handed at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Do you honestly believe Mayor Tenma would do something so stupid?
Objection!
The evidence speaks for itself. Fulbright. Right. It was the mayor's last-ditch effort to stop the opposition before things got crazy. The amazing Ninetales was fueling both the yokai craze and the anti-merger movement. Plus, he's one of the better-known masked wrestlers and the hometown's favorite. That's why the mayor panicked and set out on the path of injustice.
But do the people of Ninetales Vale really believe a yokai is behind the crime?
Yokai sightings are an everyday event there, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I must say, a crime that preys upon innocent, impressionable minds.
Just so, a particularly silver-tongued inmate once had the following words for me. The innocent of heart are the easiest prey.
You don't say. Was this inmate a con artist?
No. He was framed for the murder of his beloved. I actually felt sorry for the poor chap. Fuck no, he is British, isn't he? No. Wait, so he wasn't the predator, but rather the prey?
Yes, well. Now then, the defense may proceed with our cross-examination.
Strange feathers. Press it. But it doesn't add up. If what you say is true, why top it off with murder? What do you mean? You claim that our client planted the yokai evidence to stoke the villagers' fears. If so, then why not stop there? Why murder Alderman Kyubi? Sorry, I'm just like losing my mind because I'm older than Blackwell. Hold on, how long? How long is he? How old is he? He's 28 in this game. Oh boy, that would mean I would be 30. Oh no. Yes. Murder Alderman QB.
An excellent point.
It is, isn't it? So, Your Honor agrees that there is no reason for the murder, correct?
Objection!
Objection. Perhaps the killing was spur of the moment. You're saying it wasn't premeditated? From the outset, I had no intention of paying heed to any of your babble. However, the fact is, the mayor made a startling discovery. A startling discovery? Why don't I like the sound of that? Alderman QB's secret identity.
Apollo! I think Prosecutor Blackwell has figured out the Alderman's secret identity. But even if he has, why would it be a motive for the mayor to commit murder?
This is not good. This patch of fur was discovered at the crime scene. It's from the mask worn by the amazing Ninetales. Therefore, we can conclude that this mask was at the crime scene.
Oh my! But why would it have been there?
The victim was a former pro wrestler and a member of the anti-merger movement. Need I say more?
Well, could it really be?
Your baldness has had an epiphany, I see. Our victim, like QB, was the amazing Ninetales, and the mayor's discovery of such was his motive for murder. No! Ah, yes. It's so funny how it just tanks during that part alone. Only that part. Now it's at speed 100 again. The team must be vibing today.
Order! Order! What a shocking development. A motive clearer than crystal clear.
What do we do now, Apollo? I didn't think they'd tie the Alderman's secret identity to the mayor's motive for murder. At last we reached my real point. Why did the Alderman have to forge a secret identity? Does it not pique your interest, your boldness?
I admit it does. It is odd that he has had to create this other persona. Just to secretly participate in the anti-merger movement.
Very astute of you, your baldness. Right, now take a look at this. Reveal your dearest life. You will merge Ninetales' veil with Tenmatel. Do not tell anyone about this threat. If you do, consider your daughter as good as dead. If you value... Okay, he says it. Okay. This blackmail letter was found in Alderman QB's pocket. What? At present, the Alderman's wife is in the hospital. And that letter is clear evidence that the mayor was blackmailing him by threatening her life. Wait, what did...
Wait, didn't the blackmail letter sent to Mayor Tenma go missing? Right after the Alderman's murder?
You think maybe the killer took the letter from the mayor after the murder?
And planted it into the Alderman's pocket? It's possible, but we don't have any proof that that's what happened.
Talk about being up the creek without a paddle. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it did say daughter, didn't it? Your dearest. Okay. To be fair, it was like covered by the text box, so. Mayor Tenma would have made a clean getaway if he just left after planting the yokai things. But he was knocked out cold by his sudden decision to kill the amazing Ninetales.
So it was the amazing Ninetales' counterattack that brought the entire crime to light.
Wait a sec. Fulbright's claiming that the mayor killed the alderman after planting the yokai evidence. I'm trying to keep up with it. I'm struggling. And that the mayor was knocked out cold immediately after that. Detective Fulbright, please add your previous statement to your testimony. Mayor Tenma killed a sleeping alderman after planting the feathers and tracks. Oh, but it's on top of the blood. And also the footprints, you know?
Objection!
Detective Fulbright, your sense of justice is anything but fair. What's this? You dare question my justice again? Yes, and I'm going to prove it to you. Take a look at this photo.
This is a crime scene photo. And just what does it prove?
It proves when the feathers and tracks were planted. I already told you they were planted before the murder. The defendant planted the yokai evidence and then was knocked out while killing his victim. And that will be impossible. If you look right here, it's clear when the feathers and tracks were left at the scene. Wait, the feathers or the blood tracks? Okay.
Take that!
Aren't you just pointing to the yokai feathers and tracks, Mr. Justice?
Yes. See how the feathers are on top of the blood and the tracks were made in blood? In other words, the yokai evidence could have only resulted after the murder. And the mayor must have planted the evidence after killing the alderman. You said it yourself. The mayor had been knocked unconscious thereafter. Yeah. It would have been no, but he was drugged. There would have been no time for him to plant any evidence at all. Therefore, there must have been someone else besides the mayor and the alderman at the crime scene. No, there must be some mistake.
Order! Order!
It's so weird to see his arm actually. Oh my god, there is quite a lot left. Yeah, I'm ending it after this part. Where's your evidence? You can't possibly have any, can you? Ha 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 ha. Evidence? Oh, I have evidence. In fact, I have an eyewitness testimony for you. You do? But how? Is my vaunted sense of justice really just half-baked? He's taking this really hard.
Mr. Justice, what is this testimony regarding a third party that you claim to have?
I have it right here, Your Honor. It's the sworn testimony of Mr. Tenma's daughter. The witness, Jinxie Tenma, saw a yokai in the hallway after stumbling upon the scene. It was a demon Tenma Taro. He's the source of those feathers and tracks. Oh, somebody please say something?
The defense will explain to the court exactly what he means.
You dare to mock this court and justice itself! You're unfit to bear your name, boy! Your boldness. It appears our defense attorney here is delirious from exhaustion. Apollo! Think of something quick before you're held in contempt of court! What do you think I'm trying to do? Before you decide whether I should step down, please, hear me out.
Very well, Mr. Justice. I'm all ears, but you had better explain yourself well. What was this yokai you were talking about?
It's all in this statement here. Jinxie Tenma asserts that she saw Tenma Taro after she discovered the crime scene and called the police. She came around a corner in the hall. It was around here that she saw Tenmataro fleeing toward the foyer. The defense asserts that whoever was impersonating this monster is the one who left those feathers and tracks behind, intentionally or otherwise.
What?
How incredibly unjust! Why haven't I heard about this before? The defense just proved there was someone else.
So the mayor wasn't the killer?
Was it all a setup? The prosecutor is a convicted felon after all.
Apollo, the momentum has shifted in our favor.
Good.
Now let's keep it that way.
Objection!
Little do you realize that though you are in the midst of a fray, your sword is broken. My sword? I didn't know I had one to break. Are you implying there's a problem with my claim? Consider this. If that yokai impersonator had indeed fled toward the foyer, that fool and that fop would have seen him.
Fool and fop. Oh, you mean Flinch and LaBelle. Now that you mention it.
Both Phineas Filch and Flora and LaBelle were in the foyer at the time, but they haven't stated that they saw a yokai, have they? Did you ever consider that yokai was but a figment of a scared little girl's imagination? Why didn't those two see the Tenmataro impersonator pass by?
Why don't we ask them ourselves?
I was just about to say that myself. No, really, I was. The defense would like to call Mr. Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor, to the stand. I just know he must have seen something.
I suppose we can't ignore the fact that the little girl believes you saw a monster. I trust you have no objections to Mr. Justice's request, Prosecutor Blackwell. I understand that Mr. Filch is enjoying a nap out in the lobby.
I knew that Tanuki was a rare find. But when we captured him, I didn't think he'd end up a witness. Do with him as you will. Did he just say captured? No way, I don't want to know.
Very well then. Bailiff, please go wake Mr. Filch and escort him to the witness stand. Will the witness state his name and occupation, please?
Name's Filch, Phineas Filch, caretaker of QB Manor. Oh, and this is for you, your lordship. Just a little something I thought you might like.
Oh my, what a fabulous pair of shoes, and your honor will do just fine, Mr. Filch.
Ah, it's those shoes again. They belong to Detective Fulbright. Don't tell me Filch stole them again. They're all yours, your honorship, sir.
What? But they seem awfully expensive.
Yep, too expensive for me, but I reckon they'd be perfect for someone like your honorship.
It's a kind gesture, but legal ethics dictate I can't accept such gifts.
Aw, ethics, methics. Just take them if you want them. Polish them up real nice for you too.
I'm sorry about the shoes, Mr. Filch, but I will accept your testimony. The court would like to hear whether you saw Tenmataro in the foyer after the murder.
At the time of the murder, I was on guard duty in the foyer, just like Mr. QB asked. I was making sure no one, fair, foul, fishy, or otherwise, could get to our guest. I was still in my office keeping a good watch when the murder happened after 3 p.m. But I didn't see nothing out of the ordinary, no siree. That yokai you keep jabbering on about was but a phantom of a little girl's dreams. So you're telling this court you never saw anyone dress up like Tenmataro? Yep, I was guarding the whole time. That's the truth. The holy truth and nutter butter truth. To truth. Nutter butter the truth. Okay. And Tenmataro? Ha! You don't actually believe in all that yokai mumbo jumbo, do you? I certainly don't. My bracelet. It's something the matter, Apollo? My bracelet keeps squeezing my arm.
Really? Do you think Mr. Tanuki, Filch, has been lying to us?
I wouldn't rule it out. Now, if I could just zero in on a towel, some sort of nervous habit. Ah! What in the... What's a hawk doing in here? Allow me to introduce my trusty Hort, Taka. He seems to have taken quite a liking to the courthouse. Made it his new home, in fact. He doesn't live with you, you know? In jail? Who's ever heard of a courthouse bird? Taka simply loathes trickery and fraud. And that queer power of yours seems to have offended my dear bosom buzzard. Blackquill. Can you please speak like a normal fucking person? I get that you like psychology or whatever, but like, seriously, shut the fuck up. That queer power of yours, really. This isn't some... Nah! What is it? Sort of trick or... okay. I won't be able to spot squat like this. What the heck is going on around here? I'm for the hills. Don't know how to follow like that.
No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom.
Sorry, I only think of Sorry, I just like keeping it like this.
Somebody help!
The judge looks terrified. Oh, he's merely having a bit of sport. He won't harm you, save when truly famished.
In that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, you will ensure your feathered friend is properly fed.
Looks like we have to do this the old-fashioned way. We'll be fine, I think. If there was someone dressed as Tenmataro there, Filch should have seen him. We'll just have to put our faith in Jinxie's statement for now.
Mr. Justice, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay, I gotta go to the third statement. At least I can actually see where I'm at right now, so... Ah, sorry, this was still really fun to do. So... Where is, There. Objection! Objection! Are you not working? Hello? Objection!
Objection!
Yes, it worked! Don't lie to the court like that, Mr. Filch. Hey, it ain't right to bushwhack a fellow like that. Unfortunately for you, I have evidence that proves you're lying. If you look at this TV listing here, you'll see that at the time of the crime, there was a pro wrestling match scheduled. Something you'd never miss. I didn't watch that one. No siree. I was doing my job just like I was supposed to. This guy doesn't know when to give up. Mr. Filch, someone even circled the match. It was you, right? Yikes. Not only that, you even told me you watched it. You said, and I quote, "It was a complete disaster." So, Do you admit to slacking off? You can't trick me with your Rudy Poo lawyer talk. I'm one of them professional types too. I can do double duty watching TV and the foyer at the same time. The only thing Filch can claim to be a professional of is a professional thief. I miss Kay.
Mr. Justice, you would have this court believe the witness was slacking off?
That's correct. He claims to have been watching TV and the foyer at the same time. But that's nothing but a bald-faced lie.
Bald, you say? But I'm not the one who's lying. Lying. Perhaps you meant the witness, Mr. Justice. And in that case, let's see what evidence you can offer. You claim Mr. Filch is lying about watching TV and the foyer simultaneously. Now prove it.
Here. The TV is facing the wrong way, dumbass. Let's take a look at the direction the TV is facing in this diagram. Now, unless Mr. Filch's eyes where his right ear should be. I think it would be impossible to watch the foyer entrance and the TV at the same time.
Yes, someone watching TV there couldn't possibly see the entrance.
Exactly. From Buffy. He's a librarian. Watcher. And that means, Mr. Filch, you were slacking off and were not watching the foyer as a claim. Yeah, oops. The backside of the cat. I mean, the other way around.
Order! 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 But Mr. Justice, is Mr. Filch's less than stellar work ethic relevant to this case?
I don't know if you know who Anthony Stewart Head is. That his name? He plays in Merlin too, by the way. He's the king. And Merlin. Don't know if you watch that though. It's very relevant because while he was slacking off watching TV, it really could have been the Tin Mataro impersonator in the foyer.
Objection.
Oh, now. Granted, this Sanuki was lax in his duties, but he still had the foyer entrance covered. What are you talking about? This. I'm not a mind reader. Auditory sense. Is that a hawk? Yes, it's a hawk. His eyes may have been slacking off, but his ears were still hard at work. Right, Tanuki? He's probably British. They were? I mean, yes. Yes, they were. You already admitted to slacking off. Now you say you weren't. My eyes might be lazy, but my ears ain't. I would have heard anyone in the foyer. You see, the foyer floor and stairway get all creaky squeaky when someone walks on them. Creak, creak, creak. Not enough to wake the dead, I reckon. So you're saying you didn't hear anybody walk by? Yep, my ears were working full time, so who's a liar now? You no good shyster? Shyster? A lying thief calling me a shyster. Is that it? Who uses these words? It is shyster. Okay. Huh. This has to be the low point of my fledgling career. I hand it to you, Mr. Blackquill, sir. You really are something else. I mean, you don't miss a thing. And them bags under your eyes, they're darker than mine. Fair warning, Mr. Filch. Taka is particularly fond of tanuki. Am I the only one that thinks this is kind of cute? Look at him. Just petting his pet hawk. I love that for him, honestly. Should you lie to this court again, you may suddenly find yourself on the menu. Would you like scritches? Yeah, thanks. Please don't eat me, Mr. Taka, sir.
The witness will henceforth testify truthfully under penalty of painful bird attacks. And with that in mind, the court requests that the witness revise his testimony accordingly.
It's true. I was watching a pro wrestling match on the office TV. My eyes might have been snacking off, but my ears, they were working overtime. When do you ever just have to take care of a hawk for a while? How was Hawk? The floor there's all creaky squeaky like. No way I would have missed someone walking by. So you see, there weren't no Tenmataro in the foyer. Superstition in the religion of feeble minds. Understand? A simple, rational explanation is best. Forget yokai, demons, and such. You must use common sense for lacking that our entire world would be put upside down. Says the convict prosecutor, who is totally a sign of the end times for the legal world. And besides, if there were any yokai roaming about, I'd nab them and sell them to the zoo. I wonder whether Jinxie was just seeing things. That seems to be the general consensus, but I'm sticking to my guns. But if we can't prove she saw Tenmataro, the mayor's sure to be convicted. And we'd better hope my guns fire bullets, not BBs.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Oh, that's how I do that! Okay, sweet. Hold it!
Hold it!
That's amazing. I just wanted to do that. So you have pretty good ears, Mr. Filch. As good as they come, I'd say. I ain't nothing to hear a creaky floor. Plus, Tenmataro makes a sound when he goes by. It's like a jingle jangle. Jingle jangle. How does he do that? It's that staff of his. That's what jingle jangles. What's he talking about, Apollo? It's me. But I guess Tenmataro has a staff that makes noise. Come to think of it, didn't Jinxie mention something like that too? She said she saw Tenmataro holding a staff-like object that made a jangly sound. I guess that's the source of the noise then.
Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Filch says Tenmataro jingle jangles. Would you consider that vital information?
Ah, yes, very important. Jingle jangles. Extremely vital. I requested it be added to his testimony. If Tenmataro was to pass by, his staff would have gone jingle jangle.
Objection!
Tenmataro's staff would make a jangly sound, you say? Well, I'm going to say that your story doesn't add up.
Is there something the defense would like to share with the court?
Mr. Filch, you say that you didn't see Tenmataro on the day of the incident. Why then did you assume just now that Tenmataro would be holding a staff? Huh? You see, the Tenmataro Jinxie saw held a staff in his hands. And she described its sound just like you did, as a kind of jangly sound. Yeah, so he was holding a staff. What's your point?
Objection!
The point is that Tenmataro doesn't use a staff. Not normally. What are you talking about? You see, this is the only known document depicting Tenmataro. Is there a staff in that picture, Mr. Filch?
Yeah, you're right. There's no staff, not even a cane or a walking stick.
No.
So the question is, why does the witness think Tenmataro uses a staff?
I believe the answer will overturn the prosecution's case on the most basic level. Well now, this is getting interesting.
Alright, Mr. Justice. It's time to show the court where you're going with this. Please tell the court why Mr. Filch believes Tenmataro carries a staff.
He actually saw him. Mr. Filch actually saw Tenmataro right after the crime occurred. That's the only way he could possibly know about the staff. What's that again? Bloody hell! You the what? You duplicitous? Little man said, yeah, I went to college. Yeah, I got a degree. I'm sorry. Big Bird, really? Really? Wow. Yes. How did that feel, Blackwell? Not so fun when you're on the receiving end of the blade, is it? Amazing. The timing is impeccable. Admit it, Mr. Filch. You did see Tenmataro that day, didn't you? No, the big bird is blue in the Netherlands, apparently. I think it was yellow in Norway because I had like Sesame Street like books. Well, I'm begging ya, please don't make me say it. Blue? But clearly you did see Tenmataro. Stop stalling and testify to that fact. No can do. No way, no how. You ain't got no idea how terrifying he can be. He? Mr. Filch still won't admit seeing Tenmataro, even though everyone already knows he did. All from Foster's Home of Imaginary Friends. I figured you meant that, but I wasn't sure. He's a blanket? Ayo, since when? Mac, I'm judging you. You have like all the power to make an imaginary friend. And you make a blanket? I'm sorry? Hello? I just peeked my mic so bad, I'm sorry. And the question now is why? Mr. Filch is scared to death. Is that why he can't admit the truth? Come to think of it,
They say you must not gaze upon Tenmataro, but in the event that you do, look. And then tell anyone what you saw, Tenmataro will claim your soul. Jinxie wouldn't admit to seeing Tenmataro after hearing about the village superstitions. She said that if she told anyone that she had seen Tenmataro, he'd claim her soul. Wait, you think Filch believes that too? So Mr. Big Time City Slicker Lawyer has heard about him. Them old village superstitions.
Will the defense please explain what the witness is talking about?
And people of Ninetails Vale believe some pretty strange things. And their superstitions may be the reason our witness here can't admit the truth. The truth that he really did see Tenmataro. Darn straight, that's why. It's all right here. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. See? That's why us folks in Ninetails Vale can't talk about seeing Tenmataro. That clears up one mystery. Okay, do not gaze upon Tenmataro. Do not tell others if you see him. Ignoring superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it. Your immediate departure from the village. Freeing him will bring ruin upon the village. Sweet. Sweet! And the killer took advantage of the superstitions by wearing a Tenmataro costume. He knew that that way no one would talk about him. So it was as if he never existed. The defense holds that this Tenmataro impersonator is the true killer.
What?
Objection!
Objection! He just got drunk like right in the middle of the trial. Superstitions, you say? What kind of a fool would actually believe such rubbish? And would that using some silly fairy tale so easily expose the culprit? Would that using... what? Objection! You'll need to come up with a more rational, common sense explanation than that.
Objection!
Your common sense seems awfully narrow-minded to me, Prosecutor Blackquill.
Objection!
Try living in my world of narrow cells, mortal danger, and dark, sleepless nights. There is no lack of superstitions in the clink, but few are those who truly believe in them.
Objection!
Well, the village superstitions are real enough to the people of Ninetails Vale. Yes, he has a ponytail. A life or death superstition might make even you a believer. It is a ponytail.
Order! Order, I say!
Fool of a tanuki. 2 times now, your lies have cost me.
So sorry. I promise not to do it again.
Taka, my fine feathered friend, have at him.
He's gonna eat me alive. Head for the hills.
He took off.
Bailiff! What are you waiting for? After him! And with your fastest men!
That's certainly not something you see every day.
Huh. Oh boy.
Well, it would seem a new and important fact has come to light. A third party disguised as a yokai Tenmataro was at the scene. And now we have 2 witnesses who can attest to that fact. Any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill?
Ayo! What?
Huh? Ah!
His shackles! I'm too young to die. Justice, Dono. How long has it been since I've been forced to draw my blade? You had best say your prayers.
The detective, do something.
Have no fear, Fulbright is here. When the going gets tough, the champion of justice gets going.
Objection!
And get going already before he kills us! Oh, but I stand in awe of Simon Blackquill, for it is his sense of justice that set him free.
Objection! Objection! I object to Detective Fulbright's definition of justice.
Why not both? He is both.
Silence.
I'm not in the habit of cutting down unarmed cowards.
Oh, well, in that case, Prosecutor Blackquill, can I ask you to, you know...
I think the judge forgot he's in charge here. So Justice Dono's assertion is this. Tenma Taro is the real killer, not Mayor Tenma. According to him, there was a yokai at the scene of the crime. Yeah, pretty much. Also, he has a pet hawk that he can just, like, let go at, like, anyone in the court. Because everyone is just terrified of him. Yes, there was yokai at the scene of the crime. Right. And that yokai, or rather whoever was impersonating him, killed Alderman Cuby. Yep, he was taken from prison just to be in trial. And he will likely go back there after the trial is over.
Silence.
Ah! To explain why Jinxie, being the first to discover the murder, did not see your alleged killer yokai there in the Fox Chamber. What? He's right. She said nothing about Tenma Taro being in the Fox Chamber. Let me enlighten you. That little scamp heard a dying scream right before she opened the chamber door. And your point is, upon opening the door, she found a freshly skewered murder victim, the alderman, and the homicidal maniac who had killed him, the mayor. No, there must have been someone dressed up like Tenma! Then, why does that little scamp claim not to have seen a yokai in the Fox Chamber?
Considering her father is accused of murder, surely she would have mentioned any third party that might have been in the room.
I don't understand why didn't she see Tenma Taro inside the Fox Chamber? There's but one way to find out. Ask Jinxie Tenma whether she saw your killer yokai at the scene of the crime. Uh-oh. The final battle draws nigh. Only one of us will leave her here alive. Long has my blade thirsted for blood. At long last, it shall be sated. Wait, it's still a trial, right? But he got his badge back. And right now, Phoenix is like working to get his back too. But I can't believe that they lost their badges in the same month and the same year. Show me what you're truly capable of. Justice Dono. We had to match.
Very well then. Both parties do no doubt need some time to regroup. So the court will take a 10-minute recess in order to...
3 minutes.
I'm sorry, but a 3-minute recess?
Just so. Plenty of time if your destination of intent is the loo. This is like the opposite of Fun Karma. Cold my grape juice.
The loo? You mean the bathroom?
Sheesh, at least include enough time to wash our hands. See that you take no more than 3 minutes. All latecomers will be punished.
Yes, sir. I hereby declare a 3-minute recess before the battle begins.
I declare Prosecutor Blackquill the winner of this round of Simon Says. Doesn't bode well for us if the prosecutor is running the show, does it? He busted out of his shackles. Yeah, what was that all about? I guess they don't make shackles like they used to. Better be careful, Apollo. You've really brought out the samurai in him. Especially after you proved there was a Tenmotaro impersonator at the manor. What's with that guy and the whole samurai act anyway? Such fine swordsmanship. That is no mere acts. Mr. Justice, it's high time I challenge this jailhouse prosecutor to a duel. No, wait! Let's save the dueling until after we prove your innocence. I suppose it could wait till later. Does anyone remember we're conducting a trial here? Apollo just wants to defend. Let him do his job. No one will let him do his job. Athena, I'm gonna go wash up.
Remember what Blackquill said, Apollo. Don't be late. Now then, I believe our next witness is Miss Jinxie Tentma, a maid at QB Manor. I believe we can proceed now, if the witness is ready, that is.
Nurariho, leader of the 100 demons, he really does exist.
Wow, that is one well-polished tray. And the witness will show her face all in court, or her testimony will be inadmissible. What is it, my child?
Mikan Nurarihon, leader of the 100 demons.
You think I'm a yokai? Well, I was once known as a judicial monster of sorts. The beast of the bar, the demon of due process, if you will.
My charm has no effect.
The demon of due process? Not sure I can see that one.
Now, you little scamp.
Yes?
How is she not scared of him? I trust you know why you're here.
The bags.
Bags? Oh, that tricksy tanuki. Try the noodle stand and go enjoy a big bowl of tanuki tail noodles while you're at it. Everyone's a comedian.
No, I meant your bags. The ones under your eyes. You must have trouble sleeping. Here, this charm will keep Azuki Arai away.
Azuki Arai, the yokai that washes Azuki beans. The only thing needing washing will be your father's neck before I take his head clean off.
Azuki Arai often keeps people up at night with the noise he makes washing beans. But if you stick this charm on your forehead, you won't hear him anymore.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Looks like Prosecutor Blackquill got more than he bargained for. There bad enough alone, but together, those two are just plain creepy.
Your testimony, if you please, Miss Tenma. Specifically, whether or not you saw Tenma Taro when you discovered the crime scene.
I mean, she's afraid of everything in general, but like, not him. Apparently, she's like, oh, here, you need a trick that will help you sleep better.
Did I see Tenma Taro in the fox chamber? Well, when I opened the door, I saw, yes, now I remember. Yokai, right there in that room.
So there was a yokai at the scene of the crime.
Lots and lots of them.
Wait, more than one yokai? Did Tenma Taro happen to be among them?
I don't know. I just don't know. All I know is the room was swimming in yokai. Kasha, Nurikabe, Seto Taisho, they were all there.
Wow, this is an unexpected turn of events. We've gone from no yokai to a flood of them.
This is ludicrous. You would have this court listen to this delusional little scamp's testimony.
Your Honor, I believe her memory is simply clouded by fear. But a quick therapy session should ease her mind. With the court's permission, of course.
What a fabulous idea! Please proceed, Miss Sykes.
Are you sure you know what you're doing, Athena? Hey, when did we speak about courtroom therapy sessions? Because it's a thing apparently now.
She's obviously not herself. The trauma of discovering that crime scene and fear of testifying have her dazed and confused. A regular ball of confusion. But my analytical psychology-based approach should be able to help.
Any objections, Prosecutor Blackwell? Shall we let Miss Sykes proceed?
It makes no difference to me. Do as you will, but I doubt we shall get any viable testimony. She'd be better served by bearing witness to the sword skills I forged in a distant land.
I'll show you.
Did I see Tenma Taro in the fox chamber?
Well, when I opened the door, I saw. Now I remember. Yokai, right there, in that room. Found something. Looks like an out-of-control emotion.
Athena? What exactly are we looking at here?
Oh, this? It's one of Ouija's functions. Right here you can see images and emotions extracted from the witness's voice.
Whoa! You mean that little thing can do all this?
Pretty cool, huh?
And here I thought it was just some kid's toy.
Unfortunately, all I'm getting is an overflow error right now. See how sad is brightly lit there at the bottom left? She's under an uncontrollable amount of distress, which is masking her other emotions. It seems the sheer terror she experienced has made her a confused mess.
So all those yokai she thinks she saw are a product of rampant emotions.
Yes, that's right. Her fear has instilled in her hallucinations and false memories. She's seeing normal everyday objects as monsters in her mind. It's a form of schizophrenic hallucination brought on by emotional trauma. And the trauma in Jinx's case is fear.
So she was and still is seeing ordinary objects as yokai.
We'll have to find the root cause of her extreme fear before I can treat it. Now let's see. Apollo, can you point out the yokai on the Wheel of Fire? She seems particularly terrified of that one. Start by tapping probe. Next, point to what's causing Jinxie's out-of-control emotion. Finally, tap probe again to try and get the
get to the heart of the matter. Okay. Okay, let's give this a try.
Got it!
Jinxie, what's the name for that yokai on the wheel of fire?
That's Akasha, a yokai that steals the bodies of the recently deceased. I bet it came to steal the aldermans.
It's almost creepy how well that fits the actual situation.
Exactly. It's a form of hallucination where the patient can't see things for what they are. There must be something at the scene of the crime that she's mistaken for Akasha. Apollo, you need to point out what she thought was a yokai on a wheel of fire.
I think I know the answer now. Jinxie, that wasn't Akasha you saw. Could you possibly have mistaken this for Akasha?
Take that!
The light fixture? This one right here. It has a flame design and it's up there on the ceiling. There was never a yokai on a wheel of fire. The Akasha you saw was just a light fixture.
That's one memory back to normal. Nice job. Now that you got the hang of it, it should be a cinch to point out the rest.
Jinxie, what about this white wall-like monster?
That's Nurikabe. It's a wall monster that blocks your way or leads you astray.
That's no yokai, Jinxie. It's a folding screen. And this raccoon dog isn't a tanuki monster. It's just a statue of one. And look, these are just coffee cups. And this right here is nothing more than a fox statue.
I don't know what I was thinking. You did it, Apollo! Her extreme fear is under control now. It's all just my eyes playing tricks on me. There weren't any yokai after all. See? A clear-cut statement. It's the power of my psychology and your intuition, Apollo. And just like we thought, there never really were any yokai in the Fox Chamber.
Right, there never really were any yokai there. So the defense is asserting the exact opposite of their original assertion. Wait. Jinxie? What about Tenmataro?
There wasn't anyone there dressed up as Tenmataro or any other yokai either. I remember it clearly now.
You gotta be joking!
Order! Order in the court!
I think we just dug our own grave. Allow me to push you on in. It's the least I could do. No!
Apollo, can I interrupt your freak out for just a minute? I'm still picking up some noise. It's an unexpected emotion.
Does that mean Jinxie hasn't remembered everything yet?
Exactly. We should be able to get something else out of her. I'll enter the new information we have and run an update.
My legs gave out and I fell to the floor. During the Fox Chamber, I saw the alderman dead on the table and Papa collapsed in a chair. Nobody else was there, and that includes Tenmataro. Wait, what am I supposed to do? Try to find the emotions that contradict her statements. See, this is what I don't get. I'm like, how is that? So if I find a contradictory emotion, I should point it out.
That's right, but it's not just contradictory emotions you should look out for. You should also keep an eye out for sudden changes in an emotion's intensity. Her emotions might get stronger and weaker as you move from statement to statement. It's important to compare how the same emotion changes throughout the testimony.
Contradictory emotions and changes in intensity. Okay, I'll give it a shot. Amount of fear you felt is rather low despite your legs having given out from fright. And something have lessened your fear. Actually, I did experience a sudden burst of courage at that moment. You did? Where did it come from? Where did it go? Where did it come from, Cotton Eye Joe? Let me think. Oh, it was Mama. I suddenly felt as if she was there with me. Okay, I'll enter a sudden burst of courage. Now let's see. Ah, look! Apollo, the noise is all gone. Jinxie seems to have remembered everything now. A sudden burst of courage. Now where could that have come from? Jinxie, was there something that gave you a sudden burst of courage? Yes, there was, but, I realized I had done something naughty when I thought about it later. Any idea what could have given Jinxie that courage? Well, there is one piece of evidence that comes to mind. I wonder if she saw something like it at the scene of the crime. Jinxie, did your sudden burst of courage have anything to do with this? Flower? Jinxie, you didn't happen to see a nine-tails flower there at the scene, did you? It's not there anyways. The demon lawyer strikes again. I can't hide anything from you. I found a small case with a picture of a nine-tails flower on it. I liked it so much. I kept it. You what? You can't remove evidence from a crime scene.
That's right, young lady. Removing evidence is a big no-no. Now, the witness will produce that evidence in instant.
Sorry.
It does seem to be some sort of case. Oh, look, something slid out. It appears to be a key.
Might I have a look, your boldness? This is none other than the master key to QB Manor.
Are you certain of this, Prosecutor Blackwell?
It matches the serial number of the key that went missing after the murder. A master key that went missing? Why don't I like the sound of that? Our little scamp here has stumbled upon an article of unimaginable consequence. That's a little melodramatic, don't you think? Heed these words, for I shall say them but once. The sole key to the fox chamber has been in this little scamp's constant possession. Ergo, she was the sole person who could use it before, during, and after the murder, which leaves the master key as the only other key that could have opened the chamber. But this master key was found in a room that had been locked by this girl. And your point is? Until Jinxie Tenma opened the fox chamber with her key, the room had been locked tight from the outside world, and there was no one else in there, save the victim and his killer. I trust you have figured it out for yourself by now. A killer other than Mayor Tenma himself would be utterly inconceivable. No! Athena, you're not old enough to drink. Lay off the alcohol.
How could this happen?
defense's assistant will refrain from growling her frustrations.
Athena, are you alright? I know Mayor Tenma's innocent, but there's nothing we can do.
This sucks.
Sykes, Dono. Allow me to put you out of your misery.
Can I decline your offer?
Abandon your client and your misplaced faith in him. Let the relief of a clear head and a clean conscience come rushing in. That will make the inevitable guilty verdict far easier to accept. Great, now he's playing Simon Says with us. Well, he's not going to fool us with his stupid mind games. Athena, don't fall for his tricks. Now I'm the one who's dazed and confused. I can't even think straight. Hey, are you alright? She fell right into his trap. Now I suggest you make a mad dash for the courtroom. From the courtroom and into the wild blue yonder. Only by running shall your mind be cleared and your conscience cleansed.
Alright, I'll be back in 10.
Stay with me, Athena. Don't let yourself be twisted by that samurai.
Apollo? Mr. Justice, I heard the word objection, but what is it that you object to?
Huh? Alright. That objection was more of a reflex than anything else. Though I was hoping something would come to me while I was trying to stop Athena.
The court is waiting, Mr. Justice. Though, as it stands now, I'll be forced to declare your client guilty and your legal skills suspect if this is it. Now, do you have anything that could overturn the prosecution's case?
Well, actually, I do. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Apollo, you do have something more than your cords of steel, don't you? Not really, but we'll be fine. But, I've got absolutely nothing. But that's never stopped me before. I have to explain how the real killer could have escaped that locked room. Because it's all over if I don't. Apollo, this calls for a new approach. Try to think outside the box. Or in this case, inside the box. And what a doozy that locked room is too.
Well, Mr. Justice, do you have anything that can counter the prosecution's argument?
You bet I do. The real killer must have escaped from the locked room one way or another. Vague conjecture shall only earn you a taste of my blade, Justice Dono. Time to do or die. Literally.
The defense will now explain how it would be possible to escape the locked room.
Oh no, is your face okay? You're sure about this, Apollo? Can you really explain what happened? I'm fine. We just need to think this whole escaping a locked room thing over from the beginning. So, let's see. If the killer had escaped, how could they have done so? The choices are pretty limited. The room has a window, but it doesn't open wide enough for anyone to get through, and there's a sheer cliff outside. As for the air vent, it's up too high and there's nothing you could stand on to reach it. Needless to say, the forbidden chamber wouldn't open no matter what we did, so that's out. Yeah, that's why we gotta keep the solution simple, like they say, simple is best. We need to rule out all of the absolutely impossible escape routes. Routes. It was route, right? I don't fucking remember. Was it route? I don't remember. And whatever's left might lead us to how the Fox Chamber was compromised. Your Honor, the defense proposes that the killer escaped through here.
The hallway door? Well, yes, I suppose that would be the only way out.
It would appear you've already forgotten. The only available key until Jinxie Tenma came on scene was within that locked room. How would one exit the Fox Chamber and then lock it without a key? I should have seen this coming. Remember, Apollo, keep it simple. Simple, right? I could understand if the killer had exited the room with the key, but...
Well, Mr. Justice, the prosecution has some fine Japanese steel waiting unless you explain yourself quickly.
I'm fine. I can explain myself. The reason the Fox Chamber's hallway door was locked was because... What if the room was locked from the outside? In other words, the killer took the key through the hallway door and locked it. Consider this. The master key was found inside the tightly locked Fox Chamber. Any assertion that the key was removed from that room is a blatant contradiction of fact. Exiting that room before locking the door would require taking the key outside, but the key was found inside the room, which does seem like a contradiction. If only we could explain both, like how the key could be inside the room and be used to lock the door from outside.
Well, let's see if the defense can respond before Prosecutor Blackwell draws his sword. How could the master key be at the crime scene despite the room being locked tight?
What if someone threw it into the room from outside? You know, something like go out the hallway door, lock the room, and then toss the key back in through the window? That would explain how the master key could be inside the locked room. And where would you throw it from? There is a cliff outside of the Fox Chamber's window. Throwing the key in from there is an impossibility. Oh, right. Ah. I wonder if the key could have been tossed in from somewhere other than the window. Somewhere other than the window. Could the key have been tossed in through somewhere other than the window?
The air vent.
Yes. The window may be out of the question, but the air vent's not.
Oh, that's right. The Fox Chamber's air duct leads out into the hallway.
That's right. The real killer entered the air duct from the vent outside of the Fox Chamber. Then dropped the key into the room through the vent inside the chamber. That's preposterous.
Oh, that explains how the key got in there after it was used to lock the door perfectly. Mr. Justice, I'm afraid I'm a bit confused.
Don't worry. I'll explain it so even Your Honor can understand. First, the real killer disguised as Tenmataro murdered the alderman in the Fox Chamber. And they fled the room through the hallway door and locked it. Next, they entered the air duct from the vent outside in the hallway. Finally, the killer tossed the key into the room through the air vent in the ceiling there. All that was left to do after that was go back through the duct and flee the manor. Well, Your Honor, could that be any clearer?
Amazing! Even I could follow that.
The judge seems really pleased. Explains everything. The real killer was someone dressed up like Tenmataro. And there was someone else other than the mayor and the alderman in that room. Hey, it looks like that lawyer has been the jailbird prosecutor. Whoa, that was a total turnabout. That massive forehead of his seems so much more attractive now. Clavier in drag.
Order! Order! Order, I say!
Now that I've proved a possible third party, I don't see how our client could be guilty.
Silence.
A valiant effort, Justice Dono. But your final thrust missed its mark. I didn't know Clavier was in the audience. Huh? Both that little scamp and the tricksy Tanuki saw the yokai after it left the room. But then what? Did that irksome yokai simply go through the foyer and waltz right out the front door? And that's exactly what happened! The killer fled from the island! But that is impossible, without being spotted by the foyer security camera, that is. The electric eye here would have captured any pesky little yokai trying to escape. However, there is no sign of Tenmataro anywhere in the security footage. What? Save for the foyer entrance, there is no other way to flee the manor, is there? What if he removed the costume and went somewhere else? I don't know. Into Filch's room? I don't fucking know. I don't feel so good.
Wait! I believe there is one other way to escape besides the foyer entrance. There is a large window in the foyer. It's possible to escape through there without being seen by the security camera.
Or a window. Hey, you're right.
Silence.
Must I point out every crucial detail to the defense? It seems you lack not only brains, but investigative prowess to boot. That is the cliffside of the manor. The only killer escaping that way would be a dead one. No! Wait. So the killer didn't escape out the foyer window?
The heck, right?
Huh. I suppose your next proposal is the killer sprouted wings and flew off into the sunset. That wouldn't mean the killer really was a yokai.
If only we had some sort of evidence that could point to a flying killer.
Who's saying we don't? As completely far-fetched as it might be.
What? You're saying you can prove the killer could fly?
Whoa, I thought I was the one with the quartz of steel.
Wow, I can't wait to hear this.
Your Honor?
What evidence do you have that the killer flew away?
Take that!
Take a look at this special edition paper.
Tenmataro, real or flight of fancy? What does this article prove, Mr. Justice?
The photo in that article was taken shortly after the murder. Maybe the yokai in that photo is the killer shortly after they fled out the window?
Mr. Justice, you're not seriously suggesting...
I'm serious. I mean, it all adds up. The killer, disguised as Tenmataro, flew away. You know, my somewhere or another.
Silence.
It is your brain that has flown. Isn't it flown the coop? That image is not but trick photography or some other form of artifice. Okay then, how about the Tenmataro figure Mr. Filch saw? He just vanished into thin air? No, there is a rational common sense explanation for that. That infernal yokai our tricksy Tanuki witnessed never reached the entrance. He, or should I say she, turned back before the camera's electric eye. She? I don't like where this is going one bit. Now the fact that we know the yokai had come from the fox chamber means that it was likely either Mayor Damien Tenma or his daughter, Jinxie Tenma. However, we know that Mayor Tenma was already unconscious at the time. Not good. Not good at all. Do you understand the gravity of the situation now, Justice Dono? The falsified yokai remnants. And the appearance of Tenmataro were the work of one individual. And that individual is none other than Jinxie Tenma. No! It's so fucking awful, I love it.
Order! Order! The defense will stop competing for the greatest freakout ever.
The little scamp was, no doubt, simply trying to protect her father. And it's no wonder that her superstitious mind conjured up this mad masquerade.
Prosecutor Blackwell's assertion makes perfect sense to me. It's far more convincing than saying the killer escaped by flying out of the window.
Did you truly believe this could end any other way? You dozed off! Oh my god. Did we fall right into his trap? I'm gonna end it after this. It's, where we're almost at the end. What do we do now, Apollo? Our case no longer stands without a real yokai. If only we had one. Bailiff, seize her. It is time I interrogated her as a samurai of your wood. Mayor Tenma? This farce is over. How does it feel seeing your own daughter accused of a cover-up most foul? Tenmataro's true identity is... Now, Mr. Mayor. It would be futile at this point to claim you were the yokai. After all, you had been knocked out cold by a blow to the skull. Slipping into a yokai costume and roaming about the manor would be all but impossible. Consider this well. As it stands, your daughter will be arrested for obstruction of justice. But if you confess, the prosecution would be willing to overlook her little yokai farce.
Confess? The defendant intends to confess?
Wait!
Apollo! Prosecutor Blackwell's up to his mind games again.
Mayor Tenma, no! Don't fall for his twisted words! If you're sent away for murder, Jinxie will be left all alone! The real killer is... Mayor Tenma's going to confess unless we do something! But I can't prove how the real killer could have flown away. Look upon me and despair, for ripe is the time for my return. Uh-oh. I should watch what I wish for. Foolish mortals. I am Tenmataro, the yokai you seek. Mayor Tenma? Silence! I am Tenmataro, freed from the bonds binding me to the Forbidden Chamber. Behold, the return of the Demon King! What the...
Demon King? Well then, I think it's time for me to take a vacation! The witness will, he will explain himself. Are you saying you're Tenmataro, the yokai we've been chasing this whole time?
Indeed, it is I, Tenmataro, the one whom you seek, come to reveal the truth. This child is Tenmataro, you say? Ha! What nonsense. So, Mayor Tenma, is he yokai now?
Caw!
His body is now mine.
So you're saying that Mayor Tenma is being possessed by you? And that the yokai that Jinxie Tenma and Phineas Filch saw? And the one captured in the newspaper photo, those were all you?
The accursed power of these warding charms prevent me from revealing my true form. Same, Athena, honestly. Your baldness. Can this not be interpreted as an admission of guilt?
Well, a confession by a yokai would be quite unprecedented.
Be that as it may, the defense's case has been overturned.
Huh? What?
You claim the yokai that little scamp saw was some third party, the true killer. The one who escaped from the locked fox chamber, but it was the accursed all along. Accused, not accursed. Ironic, is it not? Your yokai turned out to be real, in a manner of speaking. For the alderman's killer is none other is none other than Mayor Tenma. And the yokai at the scene? That too was Mayor Tenma, or should I say, our dear Tenma Taro. Pieces have all fallen into place. Oh, so, Prosecutor Blackwell? It seems I must spell it all out for you. Mayor Tenma killed the alderman in the Fox Chamber, which was locked at the time. He then removed the warding charms from the Forbidden Chamber's door, but then fell unconscious from the blow the alderman had delivered to his head. That's when his daughter, Jinxie Tenma, stumbled on the scene of the crime. The little scamp fled in terror, whereupon the spirit of Tenma Taro, freed at last from the charm's warding effect, took possession of the mayor. The newly freed Tenma Taro then fled from the Fox Chamber, but he was there. We saw him. You're saying he just went back? So you see, the yokai Jinxie Tenma saw was her father possessed by Tenma Taro.
Objection!
And when we arrived on scene, the mayor was found unconscious. How is that possible if he was supposed to have flown out the foyer window? Then what? You mean to say that the maid of Kyubi Manor, Jinxie Tenma, was Tenma Taro? Oh. That too is easily explained. Flew about for a time did I, but presently tired, I made for the Forbidden Chamber. But alas, exhaustion took me unawares in the Fox Chamber, and I knew no more. It would seem the pieces are still in place. Is Blackwell up to his tricks again?
I don't know what to say. Is the defendant a real life?
So that rumor about Mayor Tenma is true? I knew yokai were real. You mean he really did kill the alderman just so he could release Tenma Taro?
Order! Order!
Now he's got everyone in the courtroom believing in yokai. Simon Says on steroids. Okay. He wants to convict our client any way he can, even if it means blaming a yokai. The proverbial ducks are all in a row. You should now have no qualms about finding the accused guilty, your baldness.
This is one of the most bizarre cases in my entire career. Otherworldly, in fact. You know, it's almost as bizarre as that time that magician just vanished out of thin air.
That's why he says Simon Says on steroids, because whatever Simon says, everyone are just like, yes, let me do that. You know, he manipulates them psychologically, you know? So yes, actually, it very much is.
Can yokai even be prosecuted under our legal system?
Objection!
Mayor Tenma is just pretending to be Tenma Taro to protect his daughter. Plus, I already proved how a third party could have escaped from the locked room. The verdict at this point would be premature.
Since both sides have raised valid points, I've no choice but to...
Silence!
This is the dark age of law, where defense attorneys are not to be trusted. This is but a ploy to gain time for them to fabricate evidence. How will I sleep tonight? Knowing you will not let the sun rise on the mayor's day of reckoning, Justice Dono.
Objection!
I won't fabricate any evidence.
Silence!
And prove it by joining me. A night in the clink will ensure you will not succumb to temptation. How about I just promise not to succumb to anything? We have both evidence and a confession. The killer is this yokai before us. It is beyond dispute. A guilty verdict is all but... What's wrong with him? Prosecutor Blackwell, we've had enough of your hijinks. The foundation of justice is fair play. and you are in serious violation of that. What in the devil was that? Fulbright, have you tampered with my shackles in some manner? Ha ha ha! It seems you found that quite shocking. It's my special jolt of justice device. Each press is a shocking reminder to behave. You shall pay for this. I, Simon Blackquill. Your Honor, what did he say actually? Vow to something or other. Sweet. You need not fear now. I believe Prosecutor Blackquill will remain on his best behavior. A bit late with the reassurance, aren't we, Detective?
Well, in that case, this concludes today's deliberations. The prosecution and defense will use this opportunity to further their investigations. This court is adjourned.
Sweet. Nice, nice, nice. That was fun. There we go. Well, this case took a turn. Or several. Yeah, it sure did. It's so fun because I don't remember much about this game either. Like, there are certain things I remember, sure, but like... And so I guess I didn't see that part, but where is it? So, there is this part where, Apollo is a police detective and a prisoner in chains. Is that what he said? Yeah, in chains. And then he says, you know, I think people would actually pay to see that. I know I would. Okay, Apollo. Okay, Apollo. I think that's if I, like, press something else or something. Yeah. Maybe it is the next chapter. I don't know. Not chapter, but next part, whatever. Huh. It's like in the courtroom and everything. I thought I started the music, apparently not. Oh my god. It's still really funny with the demons. But at least it ran pretty well. Like, sure, there are like some like audio glitches and stuff every now and then. But you know what? Not bad. Mm-hmm. I have the vanilla ones, by the way. Did it really? That's amazing. Huh. Well, yeah. It seems like the episodes in this are like really long for some reason. I don't know why. But I spent like almost 5 hours on 2 parts. What the fuck? I was thinking like, meh, they look short enough. I think they are. It's kind of hard to tell because a lot of the animations, you know, make things like last a lot longer. And also the cutscenes and like everything. I actually kind of like the 3D aspect. Like the models are like, meh. Some are kind of good though, but like, yeah. The overall feel of it looks really nice. That didn't make sense, but you know what? I'm gonna go with it. Mm-hmm. Me too. Yeah, they're not as expressive as they used to be. Or like when they use like certain expressions, they just look really strange and like not like the actual characters, you know? Oh my god. Anyway, I'm gonna try and finish this tomorrow, hopefully. For real, like his entire like front lip just like droops over. Like droops down and I'm like, hello? What do you think about Simon? Another Simon. It's very edgy. I sent him to a Discord server once, and I got hit back with, "Is he an e-boy?" Hold on. It was something like that, anyways. Like I sent Simon and also someone else, and it was like, "What do y'all think of this man's?" And my friend is like, "First is an e-boy, and then the second one is hot." And I'm like, "But it's okay because he has a pet hawk." Oh my god. Well, you're not gonna see Godot again, because I can say that for certain. I think I'm gonna spend like a lot of time on this game. Like these last 3 games. Godot is a good character. Too bad he only cared about revenge. You know? Yeah, I should also get something to sleep, I think. Let's look at how long the next chapter is. It's kind of long. I have to split it up and do the rest tomorrow anyways. But like I said like earlier in the stream, I was like, I want to take a break, but I know that I wouldn't be able to. Because I'm just like, it's like I have this like constant shaking inside of me. I'm like, I want to play Ace Attorney. It's like all the things I think about right now is just like Ace Attorney, Ace Attorney, Ace Attorney, Ace Attorney. And like the stream, just like, oh, I want to do that thing for the stream. Oh, I can't wait to get to that point. I can't wait to get to that small part in the next fucking game. Like I mean, I'm fine. I'm getting by, you know, but I wish it wasn't so. So, unfortunately, I will be back tomorrow. Uplift finish of this episode. Though I did say I wanted to have shorter streams too, so I guess it all adds up in the end. And maybe I'll finish playing them just in time for them to like announce whatever they will announce for the 20th anniversary. I try my best. I have to actually go to bed. I usually sit up like all night waiting for it to upload. I don't know why I do that, and I watch like 1500 YouTube videos. Then I'm like, oh, one more. And I'm like, nah, I don't want to go to bed just yet. And it's just like, it just never ends. Anyways, it's all my own fault. Sure, yeah. Well. Hope to see you again tomorrow, and peace. Good night.